Okay, alright. Here we are. Da, 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 da. Mm-hmm. Da, da, ba, da, da, ba, da, ba, da, uh, uh, oh, shit. Alright, well, forgot to do that. Hmm. Ba, da. Alright. I'm here. Twinning threads. Funeral. Alright. A funeral was held for Martin and the LCE researchers today. I thought I'd seen more than my fair share of deaths throughout my journey with the sinners. But never before had I witnessed this many people gather in one place to mourn the deceased together. The unfamiliarity made me feel a bit out of place. Am I doing this right? Most of the sinners seem to be feeling that similar sense of being out of their element as well. Some of them were asking Merceau, apparently the most knowledgeable of them all, when it came to funeral process and etiquette. All manner of questions for pointers. Yeah. Okay, so we know Merceau's mother is dead, and he has participated in her funeral. I'm at that part in the book. Expressing respect is the primary purpose. Hand placement and gesture are unimportant if that objective can be accomplished. Hey, where do I put this? Beneath the third pillar to the right. Can't any of you quit chattering for 1 second? Have you all forgotten the instruction to carry yourselves with a solemn priority that befits the occasion? Propriety that befits the occasion? Cut me some slack. I haven't been to funerals all that much. I mean, I did tell you to read the manual. I even underlined all the important parts for you. Oh, sorry, Ishi. The wall text is just too much for me. My focus started fizzling out from page 30 onwards. Hadn't every sinner here attended a funeral before? Back when we set foot in that grim manor in T-Corp? Ah! Oh, a bad cough. Ah! Thou speakest of the funeral held in young Heathcliff's manor. Dost thou not? The one bereft of the dead. Bereft of the dead. I mean, someone had to have died. Because we wouldn't have been in a property dispute big enough to involve the Ulfi Association's notarization otherwise. I've said this time and again, but it was just an intentional anonymity to prevent family strife. Intentional anonymity, is it? If the situation was indeed as thou sayest, then there was no helping it, forsooth. Yet, 'tis a pity that the dead wasn't named in their own funeral. The name of the deceased was... It was Catherine's funeral. She was very dear to Heathcliff. So... yeah. I have thoroughly reviewed the past 5 years' worth of local newspapers pertaining to the matter, yet no such name relevant to the case was identified, Manager. It's fine, Clockhead. At least you remember. That's good enough, innit? It had to be the Golden Bow's influence. Somewhere along the way, everyone's memories of the event at Wuthering Heights had become warped. The sinners seemed to think that the Golden Bough had always been there in that manner, and that Nellie was coaxed into stealing it by Herman Linton, in their minds, was now a grieving brother who had been conducting research for his dead sister's sake. Nobody questioned it. Not Don Quixote, not Faust. Every single sinner believed the twisted version of the memory as if it was a proven fact. Shit. Heathcliff and I gave up trying to correct them. Instead, we just check in on each other's memories every now and then. Because if there's something that he and I realized, it was that anything tied to Catherine had already been painted over. Every detail gilded and glossed over with the glow of the bow. The point is, how should I put this? The circumstances of that funeral didn't exactly leave us as much room to properly express our condolences back then. Between Heathcliff running on a rampage and that Hindley guy bent on interfering with the execution of the will, I assumed that sort of impediment was pretty common stuff for funerals, but apparently not, huh? No, well, I think it's actually rare to see a place that follows proper funeral procedures. I've traveled around quite a bit myself, but I can't confidently say that I've ever been to a legitimate funeral. The one at Wuthering Heights was one of the more proper funerals. If only for pretending to have a process. They at least prepared a coffin and even had a formal reading of the will. It seems funerals are far from being an everyday custom in the city. Funerals are considered a rather extravagant practice here as well. Corporations are not eager to grant time-offs just because an irrelevant someone has died, and the price of real estate settled makes it viable to buy land and erect memorial houses on it. Then, what other options do people usually have? We suggest leave them where they died, and after one night's sleep, the bodies were gone. Just like that. Better than paying loads of money to bury him somewhere just to have that stir up a load of daft rumors, eh? Rumors? You know, rumors about there being valuables buried with the bodies, or an arm being some fancy prosthesis. All that rot. Better to let the dead go in peace than to bury them in a grave just for some sods to later desecrate it. In Hung Yuan, people tend to set up graves if they have enough room to spare. Of course, there wasn't a guarantee they wouldn't lose the burial room by the next restructuring day. Hohenheim scoffed and hung his head. Otius foolish, all of it. Comforting the soul of the departed, another Mendacity? All those funds so carelessly squandered, all for the purpose of furnishing the living with a fragile excuse to cling on. Are those the words from his heart, or just something to convince him? Said to convince himself. Ugh. Whichever was the truth, Oh, hey there. Whichever was the truth, I couldn't see the look on his face, so with his head tucked so low. We're having a funeral, Damon? The funeral didn't last long. It was just a brief moment of silence, followed by a few quick goodbyes that were shorter still. The ceremony came to a close once Alyssa, who was still in recovery, came to pay her final respects. The flames devoured the coffins of Martin and the other researchers, announcing the end of their existence with the crackle of firewood. So, I suppose you'll be leaving now. Oh. We're staying until Gregor's stable enough to travel. Dante says we'll remain until Gregor's condition settles. Ah. Gregor came to his senses again a few days after his unforeseen metamorphosis in the battle against the Thumb Nurse Father. He was given a checkup, and Hohenheim said there would be no cause for concern. Physically, that is. The psychological assessment turned up disastrous, to say the least. Gregor was declared unfit for combat deployment for the time being. So you won't be leaving just yet. Good to know. Then I assume you'll be okay with us borrowing Sinclair for a while? Me? Yes, you. The LCE wants to look into the sign you manifested, Sinclair. The higher-ups didn't waste a second greenlighting the project, which means what I'm telling you is more of a notice of investigation than a request for permission. What investigation? What are you... It's just a rather rudimentary instance of human experimentation. Calm yourself. Human experimentation? Did you really have to put it like that, boss? Not to worry, Sinclair. A swipe or two on your skin and maybe some talk therapy. That's all there is to it. Of course, if we had your consent, the avenues of research could be vastly... I'm not giving you my consent. For your reference, the other departments have also submitted some quite enthusiastic requests for research and observational purposes. Oh, you have no idea. We had to get Boss to fend off LCA Mirror World Observatorium Department and their hissy fits. They wanted to be the first ones to get their hands on you and spearhead the research, you see. And had we allowed them, they'd kept you for a good few months before letting you go, so the least you could do is thank us for being a good boy and cooperate. Ah! Just in time. Our researchers are here. Alyssa waved at the researchers who were filling out the funeral hall after paying their respects. It wasn't long before Sinclair found himself surrounded on all sides. Wait, I'm perfectly capable of walking there on my own. Just don't run any painful tests on me. Of course, of course. Stay strong, Sinclair. All I could do was offer an unspoken encouragement to Sinclair, who sounded ready to collapse into a full-blown panic any minute. What about you? You're not going with them? Oh, it's back on the long-term recovery ward for me. I've always thought scientific research was the one thing that flamed my passion, but with recent events having introduced me to the merits of paid sick leave, I realized that time off beats research projects in my book. Marginally. Enjoy it while it lasts. I highly suspect that every request for PTO submitted by our department will be rejected for the rest of the year. Well, it's true if your average corporation doesn't give more than a week off. Holy hell! Only 1 week for the entire year? As soon as Alyssa trudged off with her dragging steps, the researchers seized Sinclair and carried, really, him away. Alright, we should get going too. Oh, do you all have somewhere else to be? Well, I thought I'd go visit Gregor. I'm worried about him. Got something I said I'd help with. Gotta be there for it. I'm going with Sinclair to get some rest. Also to keep an eye on researchers and stop them if they try anything fishy with the experiments. Let me know if you need anything later, Dante. The sinners fanned out in different directions. They seem to have their own errands to run during our stay at the LCE. Everyone's busy with their own thing. Oh, she's still here, puffing some smoke. The only ones keeping me company now were Ryoshu, who had been filling the air around thick with cigarette smoke, and Don Quixote, who was sniffing and asking around every corner for Vespa in a valiant quest for a new color fixer's whereabouts. Oh, Donnie. Oh, boy. She's trying to get his autograph. Faust was still here, too, staring blankly into the air. Is she accessing the Gesellschaft? You seem to have some time to spare, manager. As I stood there wondering what I should do next to pass the time, Hohenheim, who had apparently finished tackling and signing the stack of papers, walked over to me. This makes things rather convenient. There's something I had intended to discuss with you and Tsunobu Ryoshu, a matter that requires your assistance. What kind of assistance? WKOA says CH. Wait a minute, did Ryoshu just step in as my interpreter? It's not that I don't appreciate her gesture, especially since she'd usually snap at me and tell me to find someone else to interpret whenever the issue came up. But I can't help but doubt whether her choice of method of interpretation actually accomplishes anything. Oh, he understands. There is, I must admit, a certain novelty in witnessing that the reconstitution of that which requires interpretation into yet another linguistical form equally demanding of it. It would seem we are in need of more manpower. Oh, no, he does not understand. Scratching at his head, Hohenheim looked around for a moment before coming to a sudden pause, as though an idea had crossed his mind. At the end of his gaze was a certain someone who was busy badgering LCEA employees with their relentless questioning. Oh, hi, Donnie. Who else, pray, might know where he is, if thou knowest not? Now, listen closely. The one I seek is a bear of hair fashioned in the likeness of a bull. You there. Why don't you join us too? Eh? Dost thou speak of me? The LCA personnel who were cornered by Don Quixote in her rather forceful interrogation regarding Vespa's whereabouts took the opportunity and fled the scene without so much as a backward glance at the moment their captor turned her head to answer Hohenheim. Indeed. Oh, wrong person. Indeed. There's a task that requires your assistance. But I have yet more words to trade with the most noble yellow harpoon. You seek to emulate the virtue of chivalry. Does that entail turning down the earnest plea of those in need? Hi. For the sake of clarity and distinction, it would be prudent to assign you to a different identifier from that of my assistant. You are to be number 2. That is, assistant number 2. Ah. Heathcliff is still assistant number 1, I see. I have not yet concluded mine exchange with Yellow Harpoon, but no knight would abandon those who call for aid. Pray, speak thy request. How may I be of service to thee? Delegating the interpretation of manager's speech to sim number 4 has proven to be counterproductive. As such, your task will be to report to me what the manager says. Ho ho! That is indeed a simple task. However, This WKOA eludeth mine understanding as well. Prithee, allow me but a little time to uncover its mystery. Relay the manager's words, not Sinner Ryoshu's. They are asking you what kind of assistance you need. The request for interpretation was not directed to you, but I cannot deny that your meddling in present circumstance is a welcome one. It was simply that the irrationality and inefficiency of your suboptimal staffing choice and workflow have become sufficiently unbearable. Faust hopes that this was not some guileful scheme devised to efface Faust's cooperation. Haha. In any case, manager, this is a request of mine. This request of mine concerns an investigation into the back doors located in the House of Spiders. I deemed that the two of you should be the ones most familiar with the structure and layout of the house. After all, you're the one monitoring the entirety of the five-pronged assault operation, and Center Number 4's familiarity does not bear repeating. Do we go to the House of Spiders right away? HOSRA. You have assisted enough. Perhaps you could help Faust. Sure. Wait. House of Spiders. Okay, it is just House of Spiders right away. Hosra? Hosra? Sure. Although not word for word, Faust relayed my intention to Hohenheim, who responded by shaking his head. Not immediately, no. There's whoops. There's one more member you should bring along. One more member? Seeing me tilting my head, Hohenheim pushed up his glasses. The apprentice who was captured alive in the House of Spiders. Kira. She has regained consciousness. Alright. Alright. Kira is alive. 40? Let's see. Oh, no, I don't even have 40 of that. Oh. This is gonna be a long while. Okay. So 20 threads. Survivor. Alright. The place Hohenheim led us to looked less like a recovery ward and more like an interrogation chamber. Oh, yeah, I see. Though every single medical equipment installed around seemed to be state-of-the-art, this place looks well-equipped. Probably a direct order from upper management. Although technologies to restore lost body parts are common enough in the city, a facility of this kind is required to preserve the original form of her lower body in the reconstruction process while keeping the cost reasonable. So, people can just have their limbs restored. We know that from K-Corp. I wonder if there's other technologies as well. And I guess they were just stitching her back together? Reasonable, huh? Do I want to ask how expensive the other options are, if this counts as reasonable? A windowless room, thick with the sharp scent of medicine and chemicals. Oh, yeah, there's Kira. Oh, she got a belly scar. So she was absolutely torn in half. Kira was sitting on the bed at the center of the room, kicking her feet as she regarded us. For someone recovering from a bisection, she didn't look much different from how she appeared when I'd seen her through the Sinner's shared vision. She was captured alive for the extraction of information. Yes? How far along is the progress of extraction? Ah, it hasn't begun yet, actually. We are waiting until the lines of information that warrant questioning can be isolated. So far, all available personnel have been fully engaged in analyzing documents and items recovered in the House of Spiders. Then, what you even doing there? Doing here? There's work to be done contingent upon information obtainable only from a recent inhabitant of the House of Spiders. And following discussion with the upper management, I have decided to put you to use as the company had originally intended. No TV, no comic books, just a super prickly glare and a cold shoulder whenever I ask for something to pass the time. And now, you suddenly need my help, huh? Give me one reason I should cooperate. Hohenheim didn't so as much as twitch an eyebrow at Kira's biting tone. He merely gave her a nod with a steely, unperturbable expression. I didn't ask for your help. Put you to use, I believe is what I said. What? Your survival is not incidental. It is the result of a calculation. The company anticipates a potential profit by keeping you alive. Expected gain, as the term goes. Without such a forecast on the company's part, you would have already been disposed of. The upper management consists of people who would be disinclined to tolerate the daily maintenance and depreciation costs of this room, even at half of their current numbers. Which brings us to our next point. Should you insist on maintaining this uncooperative attitude, the company may decide to convene a meeting to reassess your worth, or shall we say, lack thereof. It is in its projected income statement. Well, suffice to say that such a reassessment would skew heavily against your favor. The outcome would be a recommendation for immediate disposal. Hohenheim always had a way with words that could prickle and sting. But with Kira, it almost felt as if he traded the usual thorn off for a sharper intent of twisting it right where it hurt. And it works. I'm dead meat as soon as my usefulness runs out anyway. It's not like you're gonna let me live, not even after I kill a bazillion of your guys. Ah, so you anticipated some form of cooperation level retaliatory... So you anticipated some sort of corporate level retaliatory response against your person. That is indeed a curious line of reasoning. Then I must tell you that, unlike your typical backstreet syndicates such as the Middle, corporate entities of the city tend to avoid choices that may incur losses. The value of information that could be extracted from an apprentice of the Middle and the combat prowess honed under the tutelage of a great brother of the Middle. These two considerations are likely what increased your value in the eyes of the company. Ha! Y'all got zero self-respect, huh? You should consider yourself fortunate. Huh? The heck are you on about? Other companies would not solicit your cooperation by means of verbal exchange. Your interrogator would simply open your cranium, harvest your brain, and extract any and all necessary information without going through intermediary steps such as this. Even without resorting to such methods, the range of available means to compel the disclosure of information is practically limitless. Truth serums, hypnotic suggestions, electrical shocks and stimulations, and of course procedures utilizing distortions and abnormalities. Oh hey, hypnotic suggestions. Don't let Anna know about that, Damon. That being said, the LCE department prefers to distance itself such as uncivilized approaches that may entail complications and after effects. I do hope we share a similar predilection. You're so freaking annoying. You know that, mister? The feeling is entirely mutual. Leaving the biting chill of his threats to sink in, Hohenheim turned towards the exit. Give her some push and bring her along. I don't quite seem to be myself today. No, disregard that. That too was rather foolish thing to say. I will defer this matter to you, manager. Work of this sort likely falls more within your capabilities than my own. And with that, Hohenheim stepped out of the room, leaving me to deal with Kira. His reaction was understandable. The LC had only just finished laying its dead researchers to rest. Kira was probably the last person anyone would want to face right now, much less speak to. What should I even say to persuade her? Poof. I was still caught in thought when someone quite unexpectedly made her way to Kira. Yoshihide? You. Heard you got stabbed in the back by Matthias. That's not true. Papa wasn't landing a fatal blow unless he cut through me too. That's why he did exactly that, to aim for the enemy's head. Besides, he made the right choice. A little sacrifice ain't a thing in a family. Family. Coming from him, a middle mutt thrown out of his kennel. Doesn't it sound ridiculous even to you? That's thrown out? That fucking Matthias was only GB only by technicality. He fucked up badly. He was still family by name, but underneath it, everyone hoped he did disappear quietly on his own. He was that family member nobody wanted around. Yeah, he killed what, a big brother and a big sister? Just to get Lavatane? Same treatment for me, Venus Brat. Not surprising that it's the ST for the bold cut too. Same tastes? Ho! Young Ryoshu, could it be that thou also dost harbor a passionate zeal for fix? I quickly clapped a hand over Don Quixote's mouth as she smoothly chimed into the conversation. So, what exactly is your point? The point is you're taking too long. If you can't decide whether you want to live or die, I can shorten the hesitation. CQ or I'll SYNC right this instant. I'm not sure what CQ is, but I know snap your neck completely. Come quietly, or snap your neck completely. What does that mean? Cooperate quietly, or I'll snap your neck completely right this instant. SYNC isn't such a bad way to go if you're keen on it, taking that loyalty act straight to the grave. Ha! This is so crappy. Whatever, I get it. Okay, I'll talk if that's what you want so bad. That actually worked. Fixers who go out in a blaze of glory aren't actually the strong ones. It's the ones who survive. The ones who live to see another day and keep getting stronger. Anyway, Yoshihide, what's up with you talking in weird-ass abbreviations? Like, SYNC? That's so random. Who even says that? Ryoshu didn't bother with a reply and simply chewed on the mouth end of her cigarette. Yeah, so. But is this really the right call? To her, we're probably people she needs to settle the score with. As if. Half her tattoos are gone, Clock. They even confiscated her book. You think the middle's sore excuse for loyalty means so much for this stray that she'd bite us? Besides, no better, besides, no. Better hear it from her instead. Hey, tell me why Matthias kicked the bucket. That's well, 'cause Papa's weaker than y'all. Ha. Yeah. You're the jerk sprat, alright. Kira pushed herself up from the bed with a sour face, but at least she didn't argue back. And then we called Hohenheim, who'd been waiting outside, back in. I assume the prisoner was successfully persuaded. Come. You'll find your weapon on the table. You may use it in the event of an emergency. What the hell? I can't even unsheath it. Ah, you won't be able to use it without authorization. The code has been slightly adjusted. Now then, let us head to the House of Spiders at once. The back door is up and waiting for us. We made our way to the House of Spiders, with Kira trailing behind us, looking like she was smelling something particularly fishy on us. Alright. Orphan recruited. Combat time! Finally. Alright. I still can't deploy Gregor. I do not have the Sung ID. Ah! There we go. Point to list. Okay, basic, alright, let's pop 75. Song. He's almost there. 15. 15 more Yi-song. Alright, there we go. That should be an... Are you kidding? There we go. Dispense. Standard fare. Oh, it's 400 for ring pointlet. Ah, I see. I see. Never mind. Alright, we're going all in on the Yi-song. Alright. Wayfarer, clear within 10 turns.
군주가 나선다.
미의 출진으로군.
흑수.
의로움을 세우기. 보는 눈은 있네요. 여기서 저만큼 유능한 인재는 흔치 않죠.
투입.
알탄 이. 내가 필요해?
투입 준비는 항상 되어 있습니다.
내가 필요해?
저주.
나를 점 찍었다면
Alright,
적에 맞는 조언도 함께 준비하도록.
let's go.
좀 채울까?
Only a few days had passed since our last visit, but the place looked markedly different from what we remembered. Oh, yeah. The sight of the hollow, frigid atmosphere and the endless stench of corridors hadn't changed. But Callisto's so-called artworks were now covered in white sheets, and unfamiliar devices were affixed around the back doors. Prelity? Who might those people thither be? Oh, who the hell are you? Looks like some shady bastards moved in already. Our guarded reaction prompted Hohenheim to step forward and gesture to one of the oddly dressed figures. It seems introductions are in order for both sides. This is team leader Alan from Wayfarer Company, who will be working I think something is up with Twitch. It's so quiet compared to other. Volume is max and... Ah. Okay. I'm not too sure. Let me take a quick peek. To see if my audio is having issues. I did update it recently. Let's see, testing 1, 2, 3. Yeah, no, it's fine on my end. I just checked my phone. This is a team leader Alan from... Hold on. Oh man, the music though. This is team leader Alan from Wayfarer Company, who will be working with us on the investigation into the house's back doors. Wayfarer Company? A corporate entity partnered with Limbus Company responsible for providing portal technology. It has on prior occasion been referred to as the New or Aspirant W Corp, though the name is an unofficial one. Our employees have also taken to calling you the new L Corp, something that we have in common, given that we're both chasing after the same horizon. Ah, I remember. The company vying to take W Corp's place, right? The same horizon. He's probably talking about getting recognized as a wing. After all, the old L Corp has already fallen, while W Corp, from what I've heard, is free-falling at this point. Ah. And these are the manager and the centers of LCB Department, our field operations unit, frequently deployed to deal with on-site matters firsthand. They have more personnel, but the rest are tied up with other duties elsewhere. Only a handful will be joining this investigation effort. I understand. Field operation units are almost always understaffed anyway. The support you've provided is more than sufficient. Oh, he looks like a complete nerd. Alan gave an understanding nod. The man slipped off his bulky helmet before extending his hand in greeting. Pleased to make your acquaintance. The name's Alan, leader of the Door Breach Team 4. Likewise. Before Faust could even relay my reciprocal greeting, words spilled out of Alan's mouth in a strangely uneven rhythm. Even if my ticking didn't bother him at all, like he was sticking to a script that he had rehearsed. I've heard great things about you, Manager Dante of Limbus Company, and the bus team's performance. You capitalized on the suppression of distortions at T-Corp as a leverage to push your products, and the profits were nothing short of staggering, I heard. Oh, yeah. We're supposed to be a distortion and resolving specialist to the public, but what's that product part about? The manager says it was merely a matter of luck. They also look forward to working with you on this task. Oh, are you in the interpreter? In that case, I'll be sure to consult the manager only when the both of you are available. Sure. Faust didn't seem particularly pleased with the role Alan had pinned on her, but she nodded anyway. She quietly came to my side and answered my earlier question while Alan carried on with Hohenheim. He is referring to the monolith sales project. The credit was attributed to LCP at the express request of Mr. Hubert, T-Corp's executive manager. Oh, alright. Didn't expect him to help us out like that. Oh, so that's how the rumor spread, huh? We reviewed the agreements. Now, I understand that you'll be assisting in verifying what lies beyond the back doors. I'd appreciate if you could share any prior knowledge that you have about where these back doors connect, as detailed as you can make them, if you don't mind. Oh. Hohenheim fixed Kira with a pointed look. Though Kira responded by defiantly cocking her head in a show of irritation, she still gave up a sliver of information she had. Honestly, I've got pretty much nothing if it's about the Robo-Unk and his room. Robo-Unk? I mean, I've seen Albina head up that door and the other, No. Trouble? No. She hears a dog outside. She's, No. Being fussy. Where was I? Ah. I mean, I've seen Albina hit up that door and the other one over there when she was popping out to farm stuff, but... Farm stuff? God. Farm? Oh, it's gathering material. I see. What kind of material? Human guts and all that? You come back hauling piles of them. So they're probably connected to some backstreets area. The backstreets. Any more details? Can you stop prying? You're low-key pissing me off. Oh, he don't look pleased. What? That's literally all I got for real. For a moment, Alan leveled Kira with a stiff expression. And even before I could register what had happened, Kira's head jerked to the side from a sudden punch by Alan. Holy fuck. Ugh. I thought Kira was nimble enough to dodge a surprise attack easily, but this one seemed to have caught her completely off guard. She stood there, blinking, eyes round in rude surprise. Actually, it wasn't that he caught her off guard, it was the motion of the punch that somehow felt off. The fist being raised, the arm being extended, the blow making contact. The chain of actions was there, but it didn't look normal. Did you just hit me? What the hell's wrong with... As Kira reeled from the unexpected strike, Don Quixote spoke up in cold, sharp tone. Thou, what manner of discourtesy is this? Ah. With all that whining, I thought the brat could use the lesson to remind her of her place. I had no intention of damaging your accompanying asset, of course. I simply assumed the level of warning would not be inappropriate in this case. Team Leader Alan. That sort of conduct may not be an issue in your organization, but it is here. Should it happen again, do you understand that we may choose to terminate today's joint engagement without delay? My apologies. I'll keep that in mind going forward. Yeah, no, he's already scummy. No, we hate Alan. We hate Alan. Fuck this guy. I can't wait to see you die. Alan stood down without arguing back, but Kira looked far from satisfied with how Hohenheim handled this situation. He gets to sock me in the face and walk off scot-free. So friggin' annoying. Fortunately enough, her grumbling didn't escalate into a lashing out at Alan. Wow. That punch just now, though, what was that? It exhibited behavior that defied the standard laws of physics. So he warp punched her, I think? Right? Presumably, a form of technology utilized by Wayfarer Company. Let us resume the task at hand. Sinner Ryoshu, give Manager Alan whatever information you have. Yeah, I hope we can beat up Alan. Someday, maybe. Wait, Wayfarer. Wayfarer Company. What if Wayfarer Company is related to the abnormality Because I don't know. Something tells me that Wayfair Company and Warp Corp, they're gonna have some history beef with each other. Let's see, Puff. That door should lead to one of the ring-protected turfs. The other two on the left, I remember they were marked with X painted, with an X painted with blood. So let's see. Ring-protected turfs, X painted with blood. But H and I, where they actually laid, it's all blurry. Tisk. Alright. I need a second Heathcliff Canto to understand why he was able to walk. My best guess there, Damon, would be because you ever hear those cases where someone was shot in the head and it was like adrenaline pumping, or not even shot in the head, but just severely, gravely wounded? It's not until they notice or the adrenaline wears off, that's when they drop dead. Yeah, I think that's what happened to Heathcliff. He's also just built different, you know? He's our only he's our only Backstreets type fella. I think it was more like, I can't recall any examples, but there seems to be a, you know, sometimes in a war movie, someone shot in the head and they go to help their buddies. We don't know they were shot in the head until it's too late. They get their buddies to safe and, you know, then they, oh, I have a hole in my head. Then they drop. I think it was just for comedy, really. It's also just funny that it was Heathcliff of all people. But H and I, where they actually lead, it's all blurry. Tisk. H and I. Man, I don't have Sinclair. Where's my Sinclair? I need my interpreter. H and I. What would H and I be? But also Heathcliff getting knocked out by Rodeo. Yeah, no. Love that. It seems that's all the information we can provide. Will that suffice? Fuck you, Alan. We know that the doors so likely connect to a perceivable area. That's already a big improvement in terms of intel for Wayfair Company's backdoor mapping process. Which means that there's less chance of us encountering space beyond human perception past those doors. Alright then. I'll proceed with connection verification. Which door shall we test first? We'll start with the one Cinerioshi mentioned. Ha! Y'all don't trust me at all, huh? Then, why even bring me along? Ignoring Kira's jab, Alan began setting up various devices on the door, and soon an elegant white door opened before us. Shall we? Art thou joining us as well, young Hohenheim? Just this once. There are procedures for handling over field operations. Okay, let's see what's in there. Oh, I see. We just walked into, I see. I did not expect it to be this soon. What the... Is this some kind of wildlife exhibit? The moment we stepped in, the lights hit us all at once, drawing squints and frowns from the sinners. Thanks to my lack of physical eyes, I could make out a room filled with statues or perhaps taxidermied animals. That is a gorilla with a crab claw. That's a snake. Dragon? Let's see, we got ram. I want to say that's a lynx or a bobcat. Elephant. Another ram. A crocodile. That's straight up a hand. Or could that be a chimp foot? Okay, this one is kind of cool. Yeah. I do like this piece. The one on the far left with the deer all stitched together. That's kind of cool, actually. The moment we... It felt like a gallery of sorts, but it was so quiet that the air itself seemed to carry a strange, somber weight. After a moment, someone shattered the silence, but it wasn't Don Quixote, our usual suspect. Holy shit! The scale is just insane. That's the whale from 8th Association Great Lakes Special Issue. Kira, who'd seemed beaten down all along, exclaimed with a bit more energy in her voice. Man, seeing it in real life sure hits different. And the Indigo Elder solo one-shots these monsters with that harpoon of his, huh? It's a Great Lake whale. Doesn't look like the one we've encountered, though. Yeah, no, that's just a different type of whale. Yeah, I wonder who that big purple shadow is. Have fun. Organisms of various sources can be identified here. Singularity modified, outskirts born. They look almost alive. They're not, right? No, they're not. Duh. Though RoboUnc did say that the ring has these zoos where they put monsters on display alive. Man, this would have been way more fun if we could see the moving ones. Everything here's dead. Meh. Still looks crazy sick though. The vibe really hits. Even though she was trying to play it cool, Kira kept sneaking glances at the massive horn display off to the side, clearly surprised in a way she couldn't hide. That said, I felt a distinct shortage of hyperactivity given the presence of a certain someone in our party. Oh. Don Quixote? The eye of a second The eye of a second kindred, of House Tepes. What is it doing here? At the mention of the word kindred, I couldn't help but follow Don Quixote's gaze. Opposite of the whale was another kind of exhibit. It contained items leaning on the more gruesome side of things, starting with a crimson eyeball that caught Don Quixote's attention, and body parts like hands and bones that looked as though they had been stripped from the human body. Oh, that's it. That's what that is. That's an eye. So then that's not like a chimp foot. That's just a blood fiend hand. Its gallery of the School of Fauvism, probably a main studio at that, which comes with a maestro's atelier and an auction house. Alan, we will be making our exit shortly. Prepare to initiate lockdown sequence. Before Hohenheim could even finish his urgent transmission. Oh, there's this music. Numerous footsteps closed in from somewhere nearby. Oh, the furries are here! Turning towards the sound of shoes clacking on the floor, we found strange figures wearing animal masks staring directly at us. That presence, it's kinda like Papa's. Ain't no way! That's not a raid boss we can clear at our level! We gotta get out of here! It's not that simple. Retreating is not a viable solution here. This door is connected to the House of Spiders. Escaping without installing a security system will invite pursuit. We must stall them until Alan is ready to initiate the lockdown sequence. A tension thickened. One of the strangers, who wore peculiar bone mask, stepped forward. The voice that spoke to us carried equal part curiosity and delight. You came through that door. Then the House of Spiders' fall wasn't just a baseless rumor. A stray little spiderling fallen from her parents' web. How many years has it been? You. Who are you? Ah, right. That makes you, that makes sense you would fail to recognize me. I used to wear a different mask back then when I used to visit as your tutor, didn't I? A wolf, if memory serves right. Ah, yes. That must have been when I was quite captivated by the sensation of tearing into raw, still thrashing flesh of living prey. And the predator's ferocious yet cavernously resonant howling. Rings a bell. You're that maestro whose whole lesson was a 3-hour sermon praising the intensity of primary colors and the strength of living creatures. Benoit, was it? That's right. Emile Benoit. And they say you can't hatch a phoenix from a chicken's egg. Doesn't always apply, I see. Looks like that mind of yours is still sly as a raven, unlike your nurse fathers. Don't presume. I only remember you because of the tactility of highs and guts, made for a passable AW. Artwork? At first glance, it seemed like Ryoshi was casually taking a trip down memory lane with the maestro. But I had a feeling she was in fact dragging this out on purpose to buy us time. That lockdown sequence thing, how much longer till it's ready? Young Hohenheim, the lockdown sequence. Don Quixote, who had been shooting ring members, an incensed glare sparked by the discovery of a kindred's eye, swiftly relayed my words to Hohenheim without even a hint of her earlier shenanigans. Yeah, she's angry. I'm afraid the progress and the speed of the lockdown sequence lies in Alan's hands, not mine. It is, by its nature, a time-consuming work. We cannot expect haste. Perhaps that door... Perhaps that does make this a suitable juncture to trial Plan A. Plan A? Any suggestions that involve Don Quixote removing her shoes will not be dignified with a serious discussion. Instead, maybe what Hohenheim had in mind had nothing to do with Don Quixote's shoes, because he opened his mouth as though he's about to retort to Faust's categorical rejection. But the moment he followed Faust's eyes and saw what she was looking at, he quietly shut his mouth and said nothing further. Faith and potentiality is not something I dislike. As for this, however, this seems to be more like grasping at straws. At the end of their gaze was Ryoshi's blade. Arayashiki. I was going to try using it anyway. I've long waited to see if a Maestro's death is any different. Telling him that we were just leaving won't work, will it? No, it won't. Every individual present here would be quite the fascinating specimen to the artists of the ring. We're practically a windfall of inspiration and material that has so conveniently been delivered to them. If it is improbable that they will allow us to return unharmed. Faust is right. She and Hohenheim are geniuses, and Ryoshi is a wielder of Haraishiki. Don Quixote is a kindred of a higher generation, and I happen to house a golden bough in my head. I have no idea how much information the ring has on us. But even if they knew nothing, they wouldn't let us go easily. Are you sure about this, Ryoshu? Doesn't matter if I'm SAT or not, Clock. Think of that woman as Lei Hong, and do as you will, and do as you did in the HC's mansion. Heathcliff's mansion? I'll take care of the rest. Right. That's probably our best shot. What Ryoshi meant was quite clear. Resonate with the golden bough, secure an advantage to fight on equal footing, then catch them off guard by slowing down the flow of time. Cut off from Araishiki, even if it doesn't give us a real fighting chance. Might as well stall the Maestro long enough to give us time to get away. This floor is the exhibit of... This floor of the exhibit only houses submissions from students and docents. But if you look closely enough, there are some passable ones that show some promise of excellence. And above all, this is the gallery of the School of Fauvism. Fauvism? And mine, the gallery of Emile Benoit. Which is why I would have preferred to take you without an unnecessary fight if possible. A shame. Still, we're talking about a unique relic here. A masterless one at that. Acquiring the Araishiki makes it worth the cost. If you want to taste. Oh, she can't? Yeah. Yeah. Ricardo's gonna say a really good thing soon. You're gonna find out. Yeah. Confusion flickered across Ryoshi's face as she tried to unsheath her blade. What's the matter? How? The lock of the House of Spiders used to bind Araishiki no longer exists, so why? Why can't I draw the blade? Arai is not letting you draw the blade. Now that's unexpected. So the rumors of you mastering that relic were they false? Oh, she jumped back. The Maestro only gave a loose swing. Oh, it's a her. It's not Emile. It's Emily Benoit. My mistake. The Maestro only gave a loose swing of her arm, but it was enough to make Ryoshi recoil. A shadow of surprise crossed her face. The wound looked like nothing more than a slight gash, yet Maestro's contemplative gaze shifted between the blood on Ryoshi's arm on her own, as though the attack had been an experiment to prove a hypothesis. It wasn't hard to guess what she was thinking. Yeah. Yeah, she in where you're at? Yeah, no. Yeah, he speedran that shit. You noticed, did you? I had my doubts from the moment I saw you today. Was the House of Spiders a success or a failure? Tell me, Yoshihide, what do you think a serpent's defining strength is? What are you on about now? Ask any student, and they'll give the same predictable answers. The deadly venom, the sleek scales. Why, it's lamentably disappointing. The Maestro advanced toward us with an assured certainty, then seized a beige thread dangling from the ceiling. No, calling it a mere thread would be wrong. It was something that resembled a threat, yet felt much more disturbing. I, for one, have a particular liking for the jaw and spine. The flexibility of the spine, linked like a chain, and the jaw, bound not by bone, but by ligaments that allow the animal to swallow its prey whole. Perhaps I should have said I admire their structural refinement. The thrice coiled ring on her finger gave off a cold glint, and the walls of the ceiling suddenly began to echo with sickening squelch and crack of flesh and bones assembling. What the hell is that? Which brings me to ask, what better way to claim this delivery of promising material with a single bite than a work of art fashioned from a snake? The maestro plunged her arm into the long serpentine body of a monster. Her sheer presence radiated a pressure as oppressive as that of the nurse fathers, only more primal and untempered. Consider it a privilege. This is the first time this piece has ever been exhibited to an outsider. Hohenheim? Hohenheim, is the lockdown sequence still not ready? 1 minute to go. Step aside! The attack from the ego gear Hohenheim hastily brandished didn't even last a moment. The weapon was knocked from his hand. As I scrambled to equip the sinners with their identity, something abruptly stopped the beast-like appendage midway through its hurtling motion. Oh! Kira? And the one who intercepted the blow. Ah, shit. Was Kira, struggling to push back against the serpentine arm with her still-sealed blades. Kira? As soon as... Yeah, no. We hate she in Night Sweeping. You're gonna have fun with that one, Damon. Did she suddenly have a change of heart I wasn't aware of? Shit. This isn't part of the plan at all. Well, she didn't die. She lived. Because resurrection is a crime in the city. Obviously not. She couldn't have had changed her mind that quickly. Because the look on her face couldn't be anything other than that of utter regret. The middle, For someone who doesn't seem to be a proper measure, you've inked quite the quantity of tattoos onto yourself. Aha! You must be that new Kit Matthias token. Why did you stand in my way? Fucked if I know. I'm already regretting it, alright? Damn it. They're definitely gonna ditch me here. Why did I even... Must be instinct taking over. Couldn't fully shake off the opponent's killing intent, so the body closed to clash head-on. So the behavioral facet of the psyche can be controlled with suitable training. Unexpected data, but useful to be sure. Shut up, mister. Quit yapping and let me use my blades. Authorized and ready. Lifting locks. Now. Kira's thermal weapons emerged from their sheaths with a metallic clang. She used the recoil of the motion to skid back and assume a defensive stance. Naturally, that broke Benoit's arm from the deadlock as well. The maestro lashed out again with that monstrous limb, but... Huh? 'Tis a foul injustice to strike against an unprepared opponent in a duel. Behold! For I shall allow thee a glimpse of the badass form that only the most renowned fixers have displayed through the ages. Seeing an opportunity, Don Quixote slammed into the arm with her full might, knocking it off its trajectory. Predictably, however, the sheer force of the Maestro's attack instantly reduced her to a red sludge of flesh and bone. Wait. Sending her remains clashing into the door. Ready to initiate lockdown sequence. I will seal the door immediately upon your exit. Everyone, to the door. Faust, retrieve the organic remnants of Sinner number 3. Wait. Dawn was just turned into paste. Slammed into the knocking us off its trajectory. So she deflected it, but she got fucking pasted. Yeah, no. Asas makes her exit with what was once Don Quixote. The students of the ring surrounded Kira, barring her way out. A hollow chuckle slipped out her lips. Caught it for real. This is exactly why I didn't want to get involved. Taking Kira back with us would mean having a sizable force of ring trail right behind her through the door. Kira too seemed to have realized that the risk was no one in their right mind would want to take. She lowered her head in defeat as though she knew full well the fate that awaited her. I'm such a dumbass. What was I thinking, diving in like that? You! Don't just stand there. Get over here, now. But, huh? But these guys will come flooding in if I... You, TTDM, want to get cleaved in half again? You talk too much. You pin this on me later. You're gonna pay. Blocking the Maestro's arm by a hair as it came down on her again, Kira hurled herself towards the door with every bit of strength she could muster. More than a few students rushed in through the doorway, chasing after the sinners who had gone in ahead, but... Lockdown sequence complete. All backdoor links have been cut. Fortunately, Alan managed to sever the connection between the two back doors before the Maestro could cross over. Pull cut. Think you can still use your arms? Am fine. So she says. Kira would be a strong enough addition to fight for us, but the ring members that have managed to cross formed a rather sizable force. Fighting them off with just the sinners at my side would not be the best course of action. In that case, guys, I assume you're available right now. As soon as I called out to the sinners, their voices come through Hohenheim's radio one after another. Huh? I guess so? Ready for your order, Executive Manager. I, Otis, am prepared to answer your call whenever and wherever. Hey? Hang on, I need to finish this fight. Everyone, to me. Oh, Rogia, you were eating? That what was so important? You had to go eat? Rogia.
열차내 정리 요원에게 안내 말씀드립니다.
Oh, I summoned them.
특정 객실에서 소요 사태가 발생했습니다.
Alright, these guys are level
신속한
60.
처치를 부탁드립니다.
Mold color blue. Mold color blue. Blue. Les Fozos Masque de Chevre Hibo? There are beasts that fall in and out of vogue within the school of Fauvism. Yes, but true artists must take fierce pride in that single animal as an underdrawing which best represent their unique self. Despite this wisdom, however, there are some who flit from beast to beast as though the self is nothing more than a costume to be worn and discarded. Feral Fauvist. Impulsive Fauvist. Mold color rouge. Painted and furl. The first step is always but a single animal, and with every quest for art and ferality, another piece is layered on top of the previous specimen. Faltering inspiration. And faltering inspiration. Alright.
처리할 시간이야 머저리들.
Dawn! Dawn! Oh my god.
아, 여기선 이런 공격이 잘 먹히는군요.
아이씨, 짜증나게.
Okay, that got unbreakable points. I have gone up. Oh, I have Kira with me.
바이올렛, 브레이크.
I didn't even notice.
배연의 주마. 약점은 파악했어.
I think the highest clash I've gone to was like 67.
私たちは止まれません。
Like 65, 67. It was just high 60s. It went for a while, okay? Alright, does Kira have anything here? Middle style is crossed. Oh yeah, House of Spires crossed out. The middle is crossed out. She's LTE question mark. She's level 65. Disembowelment. Does she have... No, she doesn't have anything new. Fervor is her panic type. Alright.
초전해, 확실.
틈을 끊어. 바로요.
Oh, goodbye.
매우 효과적인 청소입니다. 워프 1차 연산 시스템은 해당 행동에 약 14%의 정리 기여도가 있음을 판단했습니다.
이 정도쯤은.
Alright. I like the battle music.
これが必要な戦いであれば。
Ooh. So that's an 18. If I go down here, yeah, okay, it's just gonna stay there. All right, we're gonna save that. Yeah, I have everyone pretty much.
불가 위야. 막아내지 못하리.
I forget who I have first. Ah. Ah, it was him who I had first. And he's gonna get to do it again.
敵に対して大きな打撃を与えました。
Oh, he's going all in on this guy.
모범적인 청소 방식을 소개했습니다. 인사부서에 해당 요원에 대한 평가를 송신합니다.
All right.
차포잡이야.
Perfect.
예상한 것보다 움직임이 더 좋구나.
처리할 시간이야 머저리들.
옳다.
Bumasong, thank you.
다들 첫 여정을 시작했을 때보다 정말 강해지셨네요. 매일 보아왔는데도 지금은 감회가 새로워요.
Oh, 4 coins. There we go. Love follow-up attacks.
검을 휘두를 줄 아는 자는 많다. 그 검에 길이 있는지가 중요할 뿐.
마음에 들면 들었다. 솔직히
What is it, Trouble? Trouble needs something. Okay, I return. It's only the first door, but the impediments are already beyond expected levels. I swear, I thought that was it for me back there. Events of this nature won't be frequent. We were merely beset by ill luck. If you just listened to me and picked another door, we wouldn't have gotten cooked like that in the first place. Hi, Cornelius. No. Unless you want a liver that has a syndrome, no. My liver is my own. Unless you can provide me with a healthier liver, yeah. Like, why even drag me into this if you weren't going to trust me? Weirdos. We would have opened them all at the end of the day. SD. SD? What's that? Suck D's? Same difference. Damn. Well, good luck trying to get to me. That means I have 2.5 hours to get away. Again, why shorten like that? Just say duh or something. Or just spell it out and say it was anticipated. That's WA. Huh? Good work, everyone. Wayfarer does have a team dedicated to this sort of task, but the mortality rate is quite high. Honestly, I was bracing myself for the worst. The odds of completing the first door of an expedition without any casualties are under 15%. This, by all measures, counts as a flawless expedition. Fuck you, Alan. Tapping away at his device, Alan addressed us with an amicable smile. He seemed totally different from the same man who manhandled Kira with a fist to her face. Those Falvis won't be able to cross over anymore with the door completely locked down, right? That cannot be asserted with certainty. Are you saying more might come? The corridors and the back doors have always been the ring's turf clock. And those Falvis beasts have endured as a long-standing faction within the ring. If they've got that much history, they must know many back doors, both the origin and destination points. Alan clarified what Ryosha was hinting at. Yes, compared to them, we lack sufficient knowledge of alternate routes, which makes it difficult to prevent infiltration. No need to concern yourselves over much. Even if that were the case, it is unlikely they would move on the House of Spiders so soon. Eh? They could always rush for a surprise attack, though. Even that Falvis Maestro seemed to have lacked clear intel on the event that took place at the House of Spiders. If so, it follows that they will need to assess and deliberate much about the situation. The situation? The logical scope of their concerns will be identifying the organization that has secured the House of Spiders, the possibility of additional traps beyond the back doors, and the like. Once all the backdoor related procedures tied to the House of Spiders are completed, the resulting framework should be able to preempt and block any infiltration attempts. This operation is more important than I thought. Poof. That aside, why couldn't I draw the blade? Is it the new scabbard's fault? Ryoshi lifted the unsheathed sword with an irritated frown. And that's when I felt a faint vibration. The blade was twitching ever so slightly. That quivering most faint! 'Twas seen by all, indeed? Damn, I saw it too. Is it possessed or something? Looks like I wasn't the only one who saw the sword twitching, as though it wasn't pleased at all with how Ryoshi was talking about the scabbard. Ryoshi's gaze lingered on the sword, more slowly shifting towards back doors. Could it be that seeing the scabbard brought back some memory of Araya? Ryoshi, do you? Is it an SS? A demon edge? An enchanted blade? Which is it? A sacred sword, I guess is SS? It's probably neither of those, nor is it a sentient sword. This presents a fine opportunity to conduct another examination on the sword. Of the sword. Excuse us for a moment, Team Leader Allen. Feel free to go ahead. The attack just now damaged some devices, so we're going to have to perform some maintenance before continuing. There's plenty of other work for me to do while you're away too. Are we to return to the headquarters facilities then? No, that won't be necessary. There's a facility here that should prove more than adequate. Let's see. Yeah, you know, just perfectly normal for a sword to quiver and twitch. You know?
또 한 줄 길을 남겼군. 핏물진 길일 뿐이지만
Alright.
세월이 지나면
I have to quickly take my dog outside, so I will be
이
right back.
홍무가 무엇을 바꾸었는지를.
Ah, okay, I return. Hi there, Pilsen. How are you? Alright. We continue. Hohenheim brought us to what looked like a research lab, lined with cables, rows of screens, and diagrams full of complex symbols and shapes. I didn't know there was a place like this in the House of Spiders. This is a forward base constructed by Limbus Company following Operation Spiderpire. It did not exist prior to the house's fall. The Limbus is going. The company of Limbus is going. We are fighting furries. Furry artists. Yeah. It is intended for an additional backdoor investigation and research into irregular phenomena observed during the operation. Irregular phenomena. An example. Research subjects such as a spatial analysis of the correlation between the emergence of a center number 11 sign and manifestation of a possible future. Oh. Looking around, I spotted Sinclair and a group of researchers surrounding him, the same people who had dragged him off earlier. They were accompanied by a gaggle of sinners who had tagged along either to watch the show or to kill some time while they took a breather after work. Hohenheim, how long will the examination take? When Sinclair's biometric assessment concluded, the analyzer device should be available for the relic now. Which means that it should be finished in an hour from now, at the latest. The scabbard rattled again at the mention of an hour. I don't know why or how, but the way it swayed almost felt like a child trembling. Yeah, it's moving again. Come along, Ryoshu. I expect you will want to witness the procedure. Fine. Ryoshu and Hohenheim headed off to the side. The examination was probably going to start immediately. Time to get Sinclair then. Wait. I was making my way towards Sinclair, who was getting bombarded with questions, when an unexpected figure behind a pillar caught my eye. It was Vespa Crabro, with a heavy piece of paper covered in a crooked handwriting taped on his back. Snack thief? Manager. Kellan snacks. Mr. Stringbean ate up all of them. Sorry, but there's been some misunderstanding. Birds, kick his ass. Sigh. Not only is this matter not worth pointing fingers over, but Charon also shares some of the responsibility for leaving them out on the table unattended. Still, I would prefer you exercise more care next time, or you'll put me in a tough spot. Understood. Charon. Charon. Super sulky mode engage. Not talking for half a day. Deploying super pass bitter candy. Beep beep. Mode disabled. I'm not sure if this is an appropriate request, but may I remove the paper from my back now? It's a little inconvenient for me. Charon forgives this time. Next time, no mercy. Best make sure she doesn't listen to that radio channel again. Oh, dying. Regilius looked on with an inscrutable expression as Charon peeled off the snack thief sign off Vespa's back. Make sure to remember this, so I don't have to think I'm burning through what little candy chance I have left on such trivial nonsense. Thank you. Vespa gave a polite thanks, but he was already picking something off another plate and stuffing it into his mouth. Oh my god, there's three of them. There's Rogia, there's Vespa, and Charon. Oh my fucking god. Wait a minute! I've saved that for later. I assumed you were being picky. Well, now you know. Yet I still see you gobbling up my share. He took my snack too, Verge. Kick his ass. Rodion. Rodion Romanchevich. I'm aware that half the total snack budget allocated to each center is being funneled into your snacking expenses. And now you're raiding the LCE supply as well. Chill, that's totes been agreed upon, okay? Besides, that's that, and this is this. Ugh. The lines on Vergilius's brow looked deeper than usual today. Hoping to help him out of this endless cycle of snack-related headaches and to satisfy my own nagging curiosity, I drew near our guide and broke his brooding silence with my TikToks. Did we learn anything about Sinclair's sign? Dante is inquiring about the outcome of the research on the sign. I've heard from the researchers, but nothing particular significance came out of it. Observation of the sign has been so far limited to 2 individuals, the manager and Sinclair. Due to the limited accessibility of the phenomenon, only verifiable information has so far been its existence. Researching that which cannot be observed is bound to be difficult. Faust has a point. Aside from Sinclair, none of the centers can actually see the sign. Aside from Sinclair, yeah. The same would go for the researchers. Even Sonia said only a select few people could perceive it. None of the centers could actually see it. I see. If there were more individuals bearing signs, there would be a wider pool for a comparative analysis of statistical samples to narrow down scope. However, records indicate no suitable references exist. At present, the research effort is limited to reducing variables such as whether or not the irregular phenomena is tied to the location where the battle took place. By individuals bearing the signs, you mean people like Demian and Sanson. Wait, could those guys do what Sinclair did? Pull some supernatural future self and just wreck everything? Even Sonia? I should step in and put an end to this subject before Roja gets the blues. I don't think so, from what Ishmael and Faust reported back then. Right. Sinclair said the future said each sign carries a different power, I think. Sinclair from the future said. Maybe, you know, those layers of light rings Demin used to finish off Chroma, or Sanson that's dragging us into a story? Those could be it. Hi, that doth seem plausible. So none of that is information we can confirm yet. Correct. As you have stated, any discussion of this subject would not venture beyond the realm of wild speculation. Nothing has been proven yet, ergo, fear would be an unnecessary response at present. That is to say, grounded in the supposition, it would seem that the researchers are coaxing forth a hypothesis from the vestiges left in the wake of Sinclair's future self. Or that bit about the sign may be some singularity or whatever, yeah? The precise position of the hypothesis was that the fundamental principles of the signs working may be equivalent to those of singularities or relics. But as no evidence was obtained from Sinclair, there is presently no means by which this hypothesis may be validated. I see. Then nothing came out of them dragging Sinclair off for that research. Oh, so you also thought I was being dragged off, but still let it happen anyway? No, I mean, I'm kidding. Just a thought I'd try to go along with the mood. The old Sinclair wouldn't have even thought to joke around like that. He's really changed lately. For the better, I think? So, did anything happen that we should worry about? I sat close just in case. Nothing serious came up. Just took some blood, a small skin sample. Oh, they're also checking to see if the sign reacted to electrical stimulation. Yeah, and I had to fill out some questionnaires too? Things like, please describe what you remember from the battle exactly as it happened, or list the sensations you felt when you regained consciousness. And your memories of that moment have yet to return. No, I don't know if they'll ever come back, actually. Faust said that they only exist with my future self, so... Wait, but for my future self to even have those memories, shouldn't I carry them in the first place? Which comes first? A paradox, it would seem. In such a case... that Sinclair is merely one branch of many possible futures. If the future unfurls into boundless branches by means of ceaseless bifurcation, then the body of information that constitutes a certain future would scatter into grains of more fleeting than dust, too diminished to ever reverse their course and trace their path back to the self that now exists. Is that theory suggested? Not a certainty, but a plausible interpretation. Here you go again. More of that nonsense only you lot understand. Oi, remember or not, that future guy still came out of him, didn't he? Then some part of him's got to be left in there somewhere, yeah? Like muscle memory or whatever. Perhaps he can still pull off some of those tricks from back then. Tricks from back then? Heard he kicked off proper out there. Even pulled out to that trick he picked up from that plus old geezer, right? Not just that, he was using that Mong technique quite effortlessly too. What? That glowing ring thing? Yep, the glowing ring thing. He had two of them coiled around his weapon. I used the glowing ring thing? This is the first time I'm hearing anything about it. Alright. So what exactly is that glowing ring thing? Anyone? Maybe some technique that enhances physical capability? I mean, I guess that flashy aura makes it real tough. Real tough's one part of it, but there's gotta be more, right? Dunno. Could be secret finger thing they pass down to the members. Technique, gear, something like that. Look at it. That black Coney leader. That Leong prick. And the nurse fathers we fought. Whole lot of them's fingers, ain't they? The notion seems to unravel, for even among the LCD, there were those who came to wield it. And Virgilius too. So what now? The only proper hard bastards can use it. Some posh top trick, is it? Damon, I am so sorry for my really, really bad accent. Yeah, no, just really bad accent you have to deal with. I'm so sorry. Without anyone in particular prompting it, the sinners slowly turned their gaze towards Virgilius and Vespa. You what, mate? Maybe someday I'll pick up a proper British accent to learn from, but for now you just have to deal with the fuckery that comes out of my mouth. I only learned to wield it from my team leader too. I have some sensory understanding of Shin, but I can claim nothing too profound. However, what I can spare are some rumors, though they are all without proper sources. Rumors? They are circulated among elite fixes and association leadership. That there exists a power called Shin, capable of enhancing the body without having to pay expensive upkeep costs. A rumor among fixes, sayest thou? Yes. Even the technique to manifest it. How-to tips really spread throughout hearsay. Oh yeah, that tracks! That super licky column in the latest mag bonus vid. Bro was really popping off with it. Straight up ore farmed with that shiny manga wrapped around the weapon. It might be that mine eyes are yet to be privy to seeing such a marvel in a video. Oh man, yeah, Kira is a zoomer. Yeah, No. We like Kira. We hate Alan. Wait, you serious? It's the latest issue. Literally on the videotape in the back. Maybe you missed it. Videotape? Oh. Alas. For many a week I have been stranded from Mephi, leaving me of a chance to read not only the prior chronicle, but the latest one as well. Oh, woe is me. When I return, I shall feast through the night upon those noble exploits of adventuring fixers. As Don Quixote dramatically spiraled into a state of utter dejection, Otis cut into the conversation, her gaze narrowing with suspicion. From what I recall, the Mantle of Shin grants its users a degree of high physical enhancement. There is no such a thing as reinforcement without supplies. No power of that magnitude comes without equal cost to wield it. Yeah. Yeah, Damon. They have been. We have not gone back on the bus. Like, yeah, night sweeping is the last time we've been on the bus properly. That power relies upon emotion and will for manifestation. Its output is not consistent like prostheses or augmentation. And depending on how it's used, the consequence it demands can reach levels comparable to the ego you use. You mean to say that it exacts a toll upon the mind? I can walk you through the fundamentals if you'd like. From what I observed, it appeared to be a technique reserved for those of considerable strength. At our current level, is it not unreasonable to assume that we can make use of it? Let's see. Guess I'm saying goodbye to Mephi since I'm getting swept right now. It's probably I'm doing sweeping special. Yeah. Have fun. Have fun with the night sweeping wave. It's fun though. Regarding that, our team leader has been conducting intensive research. According to her, physical strength itself has little bearing on one's ability to learn and wield Shin. As the Yellow Harpoon says, it is, in essence, a power that can be learned by almost anyone, provided they know the proper method of training. Vespa's brow visibly twitched the moment Yellow Harpoon left Vergilius' lips. Oh boy, he's... Let's see, so... It's more like mental fortitude. Yeah, that doesn't seem like he's a big fan of his own title. The Yellow Harpoon. Well, it fits, I think. He's got those yellow stripes on his clothes, and he uses the harpoon too. Can he argue with that? If I were to exaggerate, even Cinder Yisong's contract self could manage to learn it. Why must this be mine? Why must this self of mine be chosen at this point of comparison? Well, cause you're the wimpiest one here. Poor Yisong. Don't let it get to you. Ah ha ha ha. Ah, even so, it would be a mistake to presume it's a power anyone can grasp with ease. As long as you are bound by contracts as sinners, your ability to wield it will be severely limited. Unless you rely on particular identities or come upon an extraordinary circumstance. Shame in that. Would have been useful. No! We could have... They're not gonna give us Shin. Well, not gonna give us Shin that easily. Hey, then what about me? Can I learn it too? Kira, who had been fidgeting with her fingers, raised an arm and asked as though she couldn't hold the question back any longer. Come to think of it, the middle's nurse father didn't use any Shin or Mong. Papa never taught me how to use it. He always said I could get stronger without a stupid crutch like that. Ha! It wasn't that he didn't teach you. He couldn't. He was a man who probably never had a chance to reflect upon his own sins. A piece of trash like him would be incapable of even comprehending such a power in the first place. Aw, poor Kira. Yeah, Ricardo go blasting off again. Vespa's responses always came back dripping with venomous hatred whenever the conversation turned to a topic of the fingers. Kira must have noticed too, or perhaps she simply couldn't find the right words to push back. Either way, she held her tongue, her expression settling into a blend of frustration and something that looked a little too close to sadness. If you want to... you want to reduce it to yes or no, then yes. You will be able to learn it with the odds in your favor. That is, assuming that the company decides to tolerate your continued existence. I already said I get it. As it stands, you're nothing more than a pending case of disposal. Closer to a threat than you are to an ally, strictly speaking. Don't get comfortable because the manager and the sinners treat you with lenience. Step out of line and you will be the one who pays the price. There's nothing in what Vergilius said I could argue with. Kira had been a member of the House of Spiders. She murdered scores of LCE researchers and left us with plenty of memories we'd rather not revisit. For now, we're just working together. Not contesting that decision doesn't mean we have no hard feelings towards her. Leaving Kira alone with her thoughts, the sinners slipped back into their own business. Snacks, idle chatter, and conversations about whatever had happened around LCE. The examination is concluded. I suppose it won't be an issue to let you hear the results together. And before we knew it, Hohenheim and Ryoshu returned. Yeah. I wonder how your Hong Lu nurse father is going to hold up when you get to the big fights in Kanto 8. Probably pretty well. Renketsuin? I have 84. I have 80. Christ. Oh boy. To present the conclusion first, no. The notion of the sword being sentient, being a sentient one, is incorrect. The locus of the will is not the blade, but the scabbard. An ego, forged in a rather paradoxical nature, yes. That would be the most appropriate description. Not a sentient sword, huh? Ryoshu's grumpy dismissal made this scabbard quiver almost as if it had taken offense. Somehow, I felt like I could understand what Hohenheim meant by will now. It was a reunion of sorts, one that gave both a tinge of sadness and hope. If the scabbard has its own will, does that mean the owner of that will can be resurrected? It is too premature to deliberate on the matter. The state of the existence under the question is not one that may be defined as death at the moment. I presume they asked whether it can be revived or brought back to life, so to speak. Even supposing that survival is a fixed variable, and that reconstitution of the original corporeal body falls within the realm of theoretical plausibility, the probability approaches zero given the limits of today's technology and conditions. We researchers are... You're just gonna have to find out, Damon. In Kanto 8. We researchers are inclined to entertain even infinitesimal chances, but In the terminology of lay people like yourself, such a prospect would be labeled impossible, wouldn't it? Yeah, when using her, you have to pretty much not have her clash. She's pretty weak at that. There is no need to fixate on the impossibilities of the present, Manager Dante. Such matters are reserved for us scientists to hold on to. Right. Ah, but we may have uncovered a thread, something that could lead to restoring the Cineryoshi's memories. Though, again, that too is merely a possibility. Ah, I see. A far more practical avenue for you is to pursue at the moment, nevertheless. And to that end, yes, further analysis on the scabbard itself would be necessary. Coordinate with Alan for your next duty. He should still be in the ring nurse father's quarters. That will be all. Hohenheim cut himself off there, clamping his mouth shut as if any further exchange might scatter and mess up the theories he constructed in our conversation. Alright then, before we go, anyone want to tag along? Munching on food, averting their gaze, the sinners were pretending they weren't interested at all. But going by the way their forks had long since stopped moving, it was pretty clear to me that they'd been intently listening in on our conversation. Where are we to go? Ah, right, sorry, forgot the rest of you weren't there with us earlier. Faust, Don Quixote, Roshu, and I have been checking where each back door leads. Oh, and Kira too. The prisoner of war, executive manager? We talking about me? Yeah, I guess. I'm working with them too, yeah? Best remember to tread carefully. Should you cause even the slightest harm to the executive manager, you will be held accountable without exception. Yeah, sure, whatevs. Kira needled at Otis with a mocking pout, but oddly enough, she didn't appear particularly irritated. Anyway, I think it'd be better if we had a few more people, just to be safe. One of the doors we went to led straight into the ring's corridor. That was a close call. Otis and Heathcliff's hand shot up the moment I finished speaking. I would very much like to accompany you, executive manager. I knew I could rely on you, Otis. Heh. Your recognition of my loyalty honors me, executive manager. I, Otis, understand better than anyone that you're concerned of the peril of working with a prisoner of war so liable to betray. To have your indispensable self proceed with only a handful of soldiers under your command, this cannot stand. I'm afraid I won't be able to focus on other duties without personally seeing to your safety. I get it, Otis. You made your point clear enough. Not keen on not keen on how I just kneel over the moment you summoned me. Feels a bit dodgy, that. Better I stick by your side and scrap it out myself. You probably don't need me to come along then. I guess you can just summon the rest of us like you did earlier if shit hits the fan. Our research yet unfinished holds my efforts. I shall join you once it has found closure. I don't think I can be of much help wherever you're going. I'll pass. I will follow if that is your order, manager. No, it's fine. Just get some rest. Yeah, your Kanto is coming up soon in August or so. I gotta finish your book. I think I'm on page 50. Shit's depressing. And absurd. It'll probably be okay. I can always summon them again if things get too dangerous. For now, I should go see Alan again. So the name of the scabbard is Rinketsuin. Oh, hey! I guess I'm done part 1 of that. Saru! I still can't deploy him! Where is my Gregor? I want my Gregor. Ah, you've arrived. I was waiting for you. We sifted through and isolated the doors, so with the highest probability of leading into the ring's gallery. The next step would be to enter the alternate door you mentioned, but... Hold up a sec. I was actually gatekeeping more stuff. Gatekeeping? Her lingo. She's such a zoomer. Huh? Gatekeeping. Are you saying you have more information to tell about the gates? Doors? Yep. That door over there? Pretty sure that connects to N-Corp's nest. I saw Lapina going in, all hyped up about some canned whatever it was. Oh, that's how we're getting to N-Corp, I see. That wooden door with the bandages wrapped around the handle? Papa to go in there to cross out vengeances. From what the book said, it's probably a turf protected by some subsidiary or something. Unlike earlier when she offered only vague snippets, even about just a single door. Kira was now feeding Alan a stream of intel that seemed solid even to someone as clueless about the back door as me. She's far more cooperative than anticipated, even after that Alan character roughed her up from what I hear. Yeah. You'd think she'd clam up out of spite. I wonder if she changed her mind about cooperating with us. Nevertheless, we mustn't let her guard down, executive manager. There's no telling when she'll turn on us. Frickin'. I can literally hear everything you're saying, you know. Alright, then. Based on the intel, please proceed by investigating the safest doors first. As for the high-risk ones, I'll continue checking and letting you know which ones you need to enter. Alan tinkered with the devices around him and flashed a couple doors with blue light. Guess that means we start with those. Where do you guys want to go first? They all look about the same. Just start with the closest one. Well, Alan did say these are the safest ones, so it shouldn't matter which one. As I reached for the nearest door, as Heathcliff told me, Roshu suddenly veered off, stopping in front of another one that stood a few steps apart. This door. It feels familiar. You recognize that door? I think I passed through it a few times when I was little. Oh, distortion sound? Hardly had Ryoshi stopped speaking when a fragmented memory, painted over in parts, slipped into my mind. Oh, that is freaky. Sorry, it hurt a lot, didn't it? I should have finished my homework faster. Oh, I know. Let's go for a walk. But I don't recall much about it. That memory just now, could it be tied to Araya? Let's start with that door. Yeah, Heisha was fine too. Okay, this one, yeah? Here we go. Impatient as ever, Heathcliff shoved the door open and strode in first. The rest of us followed, including Kira and the other sinners. And this place is... oh, this is depressing. Judging by its state, it seems to be a welfare facility located within a nest, most likely a park. Every solid walking is dragging some animal along. Means they've got money to burn. Proper rich lot, this place. The walk, the past Ryoshi mentioned in her memory, the sight of people fussing over their pets. The pieces clicked together, and I voiced the other memory I saw back at the House of Spiders. Did you ever come here with a puppy named Saru? Yeah, I remember that. Not a puppy though. Saru was a bit bigger by then. So she was talking to Saru? Okay. Yeah. So Saru got hurt and she should have finished her homework, and then she decided to take Saru out for a walk. Sorry, it hurt a lot, didn't it? I should have finished my homework faster. That'd be cool. Aw, we have picture a puppy. Dog. Why isn't she getting any better? I gave her lots to eat. Oh, I know. Want to go for walkies? You love walkies, don't you, Saru? Aw. Oh, no, because That's the only audio we're gonna have in this entire thing. That's the only audio. And we can't replay it. We can't replay the bark until the Bokgak. No! No! I wanted to spam the dog bark. There's this workshop Dad always visits. The door there's connected to a park. We can go right now. Oh, more lines. Ryoshi's childhood memory burnt right in my vision before passing. And I believe Saru got turned into a dagger? A knife? That was her as a kid. Verily, such gentleness doth seem unlike the young Ryoshu. Everyone's surprised. Yep. A clock. Who said he could show them my memories willy-nilly? No, come on, you know it's not something I can control. Tisk. GG. Good game. Good grief? Yeah, good grief. Makes sense. Back in the House of Spiders, I was the only one who could see the vision of Ryoshi's past. This time, though, her memories seemed to manifest for everyone around, just like when what we experienced in H-Corp with Hong Lu. Which probably means... Why are you all staring at me? That's so random, like, what the hell? Did you not see that just now? See what? You guys zoning out together? Guess it doesn't apply to Kira. Then again, unlike how it was between Lin Dayu and Hong Lu, Kira doesn't have any direct connection to Ryoshu. I guess it makes sense. Was that adorable hound thy companion of old younger Ryoshu? Indeed, my one and only best friend. And because of that, Saru would be locked away in the vault every time I had to depart on assignment, with a spiral driven through. Every time? Every time? What the fuck? The first ever leash. Looking back, it might have been a kinder fate had she died sooner. To inflict such cruelty upon a voiceless animal, how can such wickedness be borne? What happened to Saru in the end? Poof, she died before her time. I don't recall why, but there was this day when Saru wouldn't stop whimpering in pain. And I shut myself in my room, crying. You were? Not someone else? Who else? Of course it was me. Even after witnessing the fragment of memory wrote, Heathcliff looked utterly unconvinced. And while I was grieving, Callisto offered a solution. Said he would give me a gift the next day. And what I received was something he called the Beastbone Blade. A tanto which would whine and yelp in Saru's voice with every swing. A fucking tanto? Bro turned the fucking dog into a tanto? How big is a tanto again? It's a relatively small blade if I recall. The one used to gut your belly for seppuku. Yeah. Japanese knife. Yeah. Got turned into a knife. Ew. No way. I always knew there was something creepy with a Robo-Unk. So that's how he killed your dog, huh? No. He didn't kill Saru. That Tanto was alive. Oh my fucking god. What? Did you just say alive? Bloody hell. A right nod at that psycho. Her eyes were embedded in it like some adornments, and they'd stare at me in accusation. The tiny heart beat as though it were quaking with fear. It was a horrible sight. I felt pity. So I shortened what remained of her time with my own hands. Got me thinking, after hearing all that, why do you still mess with that awe thing, then? Let's be honest. After seeing something like that, you'd want to steer well clear, yeah? Right? Those things he called artworks were also cursed. Straight up a nightmare fuel. Like, I haven't really checked out the other ring artworks outside Albina and her nurse father, so maybe I'm just a noob when it comes to all that, but like, their stuff's never gave me any art vibes, for real. God. I thought the same. Well, I was terrified at first. Yet, as I learned more, there were some facets that suited my taste. Thou findest appeal in those grotesque creations. From what you've told me about Callisto, it looks like he failed to stick to his own advice. But there's something he'd always used to say. Art is wholly subjective, and thus one must never expect the understanding of others. The uncanny, the horrible. There's a beauty that lies in the grotesqueness of it all. Can't say I quite get it, but if you say so. Nah, but bloody hell. How do you end up getting used to that kind of thing? Why do you need to understand? You're not an artist. I got used to it, but that bastard Callisto's installation artworks caused the night terrors and nightmares for... Rattle? The scabbard moved, and Ryoshu came to a pause. It trembled, but there was at once a strange aliveness to it, as though it quivered between fear and anticipation. Night terror? Night terrors. Crying from nightmares. In the House of Spiders? Oh man, my throat. Oh. Anyway. There's actually someone who got scared of ring stuff back in your day. Indeed. I need to check something. We've seen enough here. Let's go back. So, Araya was scared. Yeah, let's. Nothing else so worth checking around here anyway. With the inspection complete, we quickly followed Ryoshu back. She stood in front of the artworks, covered in sheets of cloth, lost in thought. Right here. There used to be a huge artwork displayed here. I don't know what kind of impulse struck him, but that bastard went about fussing, saying that he needed to practice so he wouldn't lose his touch. Mommy? What's wrong? Over there. I thought I told you to keep the exhibition in your room. Ah, so you returned, Yoshihide. I decided to attempt installation art of a somewhat larger scale this time, but I ran out of space in my gallery. Yep, there's the ring of bodies you used in the Nurse Father ID. Mommy, people were screaming. Dearest Yoshihide, Arai has reached an age where she may be introduced into the world of aesthetics. Surely, this wouldn't be a problem? It would. You liking it and me acquiring the taste doesn't mean Araya will. Let's get you back to our room. I was hugging something in my arms. It was crying. Saru? No. Too big to be Saru. The last 30 memories can never be made whole no matter how many fragments are glued together. We could tell Ryoshu everything we knew about Araya, but it never truly reached her. I see. This hollow void, this must be Araya. The sensation and emotion for what's been emptied begin to entangle with Ryoshu's memories. And that makes it possible for us to reminisce about Araya together. The soft rattle Araya gave seemed to show how pleased she was with this small step. Alright, time to check out the next door. We entered several more back doors that Alan pointed out. But unfortunately, none of the places we ended up served Ryoshi's memories any further. Pretty much nothing here. I think we're done. What? How'd they get in here? The furries are back. Yeah, I like the idea of the scabbard being alive. It's a neat little thing. Startled, Kira pointed out to where figures wearing animal masks were hauling what looked like lumps of massive flesh behind a tent of sorts. Those ring assailants from before? Didst thou not say that's how it sealed the door early? Then how then do these villains come to stand before us once more? They probably infiltrated via an entirely separate route, another back door. As you can see, their objective appears to be retrieval of the Ringner's father's artworks. Get on with it! We need to move as many pieces as we can before we pull out. Wait, but I thought Robo-Unk was washed. He's got so many fanboys and fangirls here. Ha! Does his artwork possess value in and of itself? Or is it just a case of posthumous premium of death effect? Think about it. Some of the pieces have already been taken. Of course, they are little value to both our companies. Watching them sweating and struggling to drag those mediocre pieces with them. Pretty funny. But imagining how those pieces will be labeled with a pathetic notion of heritage connected to my name with their description plaques. Pretty unsavory. They may be occupied with transporting those objects now, but they will likely soon find cause to harm the Wayfarer and to LCE personnel stationed here, Executive Manager. It would be prudent to eliminate them without delay, considering the ring's reputation. Otis is right. Better wipe them out before they try anything stupid. Guys, looks like we've got another job to do. Lend me a hand. The radio didn't buzz with Sinner's replies this time, but it should be fine. Like, so we summon them, and they just
비록 함께 전장에
they
나서는
just
건
fall
아니지만
over.
저희를 이끌어주는 건 단테님만 할 수 있는 일이에요. 이번에도 분명
Let's see.
원하시는 길로 저희를 잘 이끌어 주시겠죠?
Yeah, we'll do that. Actually, what if I... No. Okay, yeah, we'll do that. Alright, that's... Yeah, there's my 5. God forbid standing on the shitter, just flop and wake up.
배연의 춤.
What?
아이씨, 짜증나게.
결저 영화.
주의! 해당 정리 방식은
Come
사태가
on,
창조될
Dawn.
가능성을 유의미하게 낮출 수 있습니다.
Fall in and out.
아,
Reminds me that
여기서
there was
이런 공격이
a
잡히는군요.
incident in Germany a few hundred years ago where people at a party fell into
특이성 감지 센서
they fell into a
청소파일 지휘 확인.
cesspit and
요원
like
여러분의
60 people
활력 징후가
died.
높아짐이 확인됩니다.
Oh no, this is a documented thing. I'm not immortal yet. Yeah, I'm not immortal just yet.
불가 위야. 막아내지 못하리.
Song, come on.
아이씨, 한만 남았어도 이 정도쯤은 골이 어지러지랄 테지.
Wow, that was pretty poor.
매우 효과적인 청소입니다. 워프 열차
No, I never did play Skylanders.
14%의 정리 기여도가 있음을
Just wasn't my thing. Although I was a Spyro kid. Some devs are making new game, Voidling Bound. I'll check that out after. Oh, Kira has Aura. I guess that's Middle Grudge, yeah. How many more left? Yeah, I'll do that.
처리할 시간이야, 머저리들.
Yeah, I've already checked out their lore. I checked out 2 of them. Oh wait. Yeah, I checked out that and these guys. Yeah, I checked out Bleu and Rouge. There we go.
모범적인 청소 방식을 확인했습니다.
짜증나게.
인사부서에 해당 요원에 대한 평가를 상신합니다.
Why do you have 4 reds? Ow.
정리 요원 일부의 코마 상태 진입을 감지했습니다.
Yeah, I checked out these guys, Ferals, and I checked out these guys, Impulsives.
방해하지 않게 하시길 권장드립니다.
If I do that, and then...
다들 첫 여정을 시작했을 때보다 정말 강해지셨네요.
There we
매일
go.
보아왔는데도
4 big coins.
감회가 새로워요.
Go Umasong. 463.
차포잡이라. 예상한 것보다 움직임이 더 좋구나.
Beautiful.
ドクターのように優れた式ですね。
무용하군요. 틈을 끊어.
They inject face paint into their blood? Christ. Oh, Umasong just really swept all that up. With this, the last of the ring's infiltrators have been eradicated. Is that all of them? Ryoshu kept glancing around as if searching for someone, but fortunately no other ring members were in sight. Right. But where the hell were those lot come from anyway? Weren't just the first wave. Had some more swords legging it from the back like they've been looking somewhere else. According to the tracking logs recorded by the surveillance devices installed here, they appear to have crossed over from another corridor. Another corridor? What precisely does the designation another corridor refer to? The room resembling a shopping mall, the one filled with batches of toys on display. Your company, if I recall, designated as the corridor of the middle nurse father. They came in from... Let's see. I cast ulcer on the connector bit of your tongue. See, I don't get ulcers. Yeah. Let's see. Oh, Kira. I suggest we relocate there. Your assigned tasks have been wrapped up. Oh, and before we set off, do you have any information to share in advance? We're planning to compile a comprehensive encyclopedia cataloging the notable characteristics of these corridors and all of their connection loci. Your cooperation will be most appreciated. Kira seemed to hesitate, gnawing at her fingers as if she were going through an internal struggle. Before long, however, she snapped out of it like she just locked in on a decision. Sure, I got stuff to tell you. Like hella stuff. Some parts are kind of fuzzy, not gonna lie, but I can still recall like 20 places clear enough. I mean, it was a home for me, like, for me and Papa, so... Puff. I got nothing. I never once regarded that fucker's room as a home. And my memories of it are all fragments at best. The scabbard gave a faint, restless stir. Perhaps it wanted to comfort Ryoshu in the only way it could. Seemed to maybe skipping the middle part to cause... Yeah. Alright. Let's see. Check rewards. Oh, I have so much to go for. Before I grab that. So, those will be 20 tickets towards my Bad End Ryoshu. First time clear, then 10. Alright. Where is my Greg? Oh, this is level 60.
예술이란 것을 보여주지.
The heck? They swiped everything that was nailed down, huh? Fret not. I see, thither half of thy worldly possessions, articulate fixer figurines, video game cartridges. I'm not talking about my toy box, Kay. I had hella many of them anyway. My TV's gone, the couch too. As Kira said, the only conspicuous empty space was left where the television family couch set used to be. Oh, those? LC researchers hauled them away. From the sound of it, they're going to set them up in their staff lounge. As for the leather and the ornaments, they said that they'll be selling them off. Yeah? Otis seemed to notice something the moment she caught Kira's wistful look. The corners of her lips curled into a faint smile as she spoke with a faint nonchalance. Who knows? With sufficient cooperation, perhaps they'd become more receptive to the idea of returning those items. Assuming much. I never said I wanted them back. Anyway, I'll tell you what I know. So come this way if you want in. These two doors were made from paper and wood. They connect to S-Corp. And that to one over there, and that one reinforced with steel, that one leads to V-Corp, backstreets, where... Having lived here and made frequent use of the doors herself, Kira was clearly the right person for the job identifying where each door Wayfarer Company had asked us to explore. Huh. Something for you to take note of, Damon. Directed by Kira and accompanied by Alan, we checked the doors one by one. Good work. All data seems to match. Thank you for your cooperation. Until there was just one back door left to open. I know this isn't anything new, but I've got to say, these back doors are just too bloody convenient. Them portals, too. It ain't doing anything shady like the warp trains either, is it? Yours is as simple as turning the knob and entering. Seems to me like you'll outpace your business arrival in no time. I'm a bit hard-pressed to agree with the too convenient sentiment when it comes to using backdoors and portals, but since your intent was to claim Wayfarer's superiority over current W Corp, I'll take that as a compliment. Did I say something wrong? Every technology comes with a cost, Heathcliff. Aptly said. While this has been a workday relatively free of casualties thanks to the quality of information you have provided, do understand that Wayfarer's company primary services include pathfinding, path security, and path maintenance. Each of those services is fraught with life-threatening dangers for our employees. Some never return after embarking on a pathfinding journey, and some are killed while battling monstrous entities, whose exact natures haven't been able to confirm yet. That appear to be in liminal space between paths. Oh, I see. It also costs a pretty penny to keep it also costs a pretty penny to keep the secured path, well, secure. I'd say our operating cost is on the rather steep side, especially considering that we were also trying to prevent our rivals from taking this corner of the market. Alright, let's see. Wayfarer, Allen, and Knight. Yeah, I did see that bug. So thankfully, I don't know, maybe when Damon gets to that portion in Canto 8, hopefully that will be fixed by then, and maybe 300 lunacy, you know? It'd be nice. You know, wink wonk. We love free lunacy, right? Because that's clearly a spoiler. But yeah, it's funny. Since that's how those two names are handled. Also, isn't it Alan here? Isn't it that? Like, Alan versus Alan? And they just both happen to take the same file? Thinking back, I don't think I've ever seen Alan enter a door to a new location with his helmet off. It must be one of his precautions, just in case. Maybe his dry smile and unsettling lack of reaction to anything are hints that he's simply seen too much to be faced by most horrors. Still, our work's gotten considerably easier for this job thanks to the help from everyone here. Honestly, this partnership is working much better than I expected. Yeah. Very well. Let's take a look at the last door. Ah, it's the door. Ah, it's the door Papa used to walk through all the time. I followed Kira into the door, and the second I crossed the threshold, a breeze carrying an oddly familiar salty smell tickled at the tip of my one of my clock hands. Oh, are we back in U-Corp? This one connects somewhere to the Great Lake area, it seems. Private room. Welcome to U-Corp's Giant Stingray Port Ship. Stingray, huh? Why does that ring a bell? Hang on a minute. It's that place, isn't it? That port ship that has Salon du Morlot, the private hair salon. Heathcliff chimed in with a shudder, as though the sheer weight behind his words terrified him. Oh, doth this signify then that we shall finally be made audience to young Heathcliff and his hairdo most luscious? Ugh, quit it with that luscious nonsense, lass. Why encourage me now when you were so cavalier about blasting my villainous ass back at the lake? Indeed, alas. 'Tis true that punishment wrought upon our mercy, our merry band hath severely outweighed the crime. Wouldst thou not agree, young Heathcliff, that to put the coupons to use would remedy thy pain a smidge? She's smirking. Ah, bugger it. I ain't even got anyone to spruce up for anymore. I mean, you could spruce up for us. Sweet! Then can I use them? We were regulars at that Morlou place, Papa and me. Papa would come and ask Middlefan for a favor, and he'd bring loads of coupons back home. They'd give away a hair coupon every 10 visits, you see, so I... Ugh, what am I even yapping about? All excited. Kira, who seemed ready to launch into a cheerful rant, came to an abrupt pause, like a bike tipping over a ledge. Her face fell as she lowered her gaze and scuffed a pebble away. Aww. Looking back, I guess Papa did hella care for me, so why? But it's also true these guys went out of their way to get me out of there even though they didn't know me so well. Ugh. Why is it gotta be so complicated? Matthias gave you that unesthetic beast bowl cut? The heck's a BC? Bowl cut. Bro, listen, like I said, that's not how you shorten these things. Is Kira gonna... Oh, Kira, please try. Arai couldn't do it. Maybe you can. For some reason, Ryoshu seemed almost gleeful to hear Kira correcting her acronym. It was reminiscent of that self-satisfied look she'd get after confusing us with these acronyms, especially during the early days of our bus journey. Think back, ever since Sinclair's translations became reliable enough, the sinners have had less reason to voice their frustrations with Ryoshu's acronyms, which in turn gave her fewer causes to snicker about. I'm not sure why, but something tells me that she might be making her acronyms ridiculously incomprehensible on purpose. If your conjecture is correct, Executive Manager, she has tasteless sense of humor. From what I recall, the toys and games that he was into were pretty retro. Must have been annoying to play along at first, but the more I played along, the more I got into it. So corny and juvenile shit, though. I know aught of that conflict within thee. Yeah, you do, don't you, Dawn? Playing along? Trifling and apocryphal as they may be, yet we were all compelled to peer hinterwards at the interests of the family. Yeah, I wanted to know what Papa was into, to really get into what he was talking about. Besides, I needed to know if these things that I wanted to chat him up and talk about a mutual subject, so... He tell me about you all the time, Yoshihide. Proud shit. Not a day went by without him saying stuff like, Yoshihide learned this in 2 days. Or, yo, this was Yoshihide's fave, you know? Too bad I wasn't there to tell you that his words weren't worth shit. I once thought of him as the same as you do now, a good man. At least among the nurse fathers that cared enough to bring me gifts. But one day, I realized he'd never understand the things I really cared about, even if his life had depended on it. One day, thou sayest? Pray tell, was there aught that had changed to thy perception of that man? Yeah, part of me wants to roll just for the Kira announcer, but I think I'm better off just saving my stuff for Bad End Ryoshu and then redeeming the Yi song for Bad End, or for the Kira announcer. I know, we love Kira! Yippee! Look at her! Please don't die! Please! 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 That I don't remember. Wonder why. Just that it happened. Wait, I might know what I might know this. Wasn't it something that happened at school? Papa told me things that started getting awkward between you and him ever since you quit school. Bullshit. I've never been to school. I've never even thought about wanting to go to school. Matthias must have been talking out of his ass again. Huh? No way, bro. I even saw a clip of it. A clip? Oh my fucking god, her zoomer speak. What? Papa showed me that video when he was teaching me how to use these doors. I even saw baby you going off, I'm off to school, Dad, in that video. So I'm pretty dang sure. Yeah, the boss challenge thing. Yeah. Do you know, I forget around which update we'll get the loading screen choice picker thing? I don't know, I would like to be able to choose my loading screens. I'm waiting for that update. But I don't. As Kira went on, Ryoshu's confidence from her initial retort seemed to slip away. I couldn't blame her. So much of her memory had been mutilated. Ryoshu didn't sound like she was denying it out of hand, though. She seemed to mean it when she said she'd never been to school and never even wanted to. And I wanted to glimpse the fragment of memory that made her say that. The moment I willed it, a scene from her past suddenly flashed across my eyes. Very well, Yoshihide. I'll register you in an institution that is not entirely dissimilar from school. There is an blank 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 a subsidiary of the ring. Academy? You sure it was a school, not like an arts academy or something like it? Wait, that kind of makes more sense. Yeah, must have been an academy, not a school. Academy of Art. Ha. Roshi muttered a few words as though they were pieces of a puzzle she was assembling. Then after a brief moment she turned towards me with an astounded scoff and a look of mild irritation. Clock. You deserve a smack. Ah! Then lightly smacked me upside the head with her scabbard. What was that for? This memory sucks, Clock. I would have just been fine without it. But at least I got to remember the incident that changed my perspective of Matthias. Yeah, but that's not actually what we want. Like, I learned that as soon as, for the Uptai stories, when you get them to Uptai 3, that will play. Dad, how to go to a school? School, Yoshihide? Well, I don't see why you would wish, let alone need, to go to such an institution when we nurse fathers are here to provide you with all the education you require. You would later find our unique style of homeschooling to have been much more enlightening than trudging through any nest formulaic educational systems. But Dad, I saw a picture I'm in school book, and I don't have any friends here. Oh, Rion and his pointless. But it is true that there are qualities that can be learned only through group erudition and engenders competition. Very well, Yoshihide. I will register you in an institution that is not entirely dissimilar from school. Really? I intend to send Yoshihide to an academy as part of my educational curriculum. There is an Academy of Art, a subsidiary of the Ring. Companionship with other talented children of approximately her age will nourish the spirit of inspiration that will guide Yoshihide's growth. The prescript approves. But Callisto, I'll tell you now that you might be making a mistake. And how are you so certain of that? Do elaborate, if you can, hand puppet of the prescripts by whom every aspect of existence is articulated. What do you even know of choice? Of what is right or wrong? And off they went. Perhaps a little more situational awareness would have prevented what is to come. Callisto had found me a rather decent academy. The artworks that used to scare me when I was alone weren't so bad when I was with other kids. No, that's not quite it. It'd be more accurate to say that I started to understand people's perspective on beauty. Of course, I would. When all we ever did was nod along to the lectures and spout purple prose, all while making pincushions out of people's bodies like it was nothing. Our lesson today will be to focus on corporist techniques. Now, take a good look at the diagram here. Then the mannequin before you. Weave the blood vessels in the same pattern as the diagram, and I don't know why we're even learning about corporate stuff in this day and age, right? Like, I don't even get the point of what the slog is. Tying and shaping blood vessels to make a color that a drop of ink can do better? I read that in a book. I'm more miffed to learn about Cubist technique than this crap. Honestly, why is this washed up movement even part of the curriculum? It's just boring, shallow, gore stuff. No, it's, yeah, it's gory, but it's boring and shallow only because you guys are bad at it. Yeah. Oh, I know. Reminds me of. Reminds me why I'm not really a fan of Picasso's art. He also just comes off really arrogant, and he is arrogant. Oh, it took me some number of years to learn how to draw as a master, or paint as a master, but it took me a lifetime to learn how to paint as a child. Fuck off, Picasso, you piece of shit. I hate you. This is a Picasso hate. Like, we do not support Picasso here. I hate, like, sure, I appreciate what he brought to the art scene, but I hate Picasso as a person. He is snobbish, and he is arrogant, and I loathe him. And also, I hate my art teacher in my second high school. I hate her, because she loved Picasso. She loved him. I prefer Tom Thompson's work. I hate Picasso. Fuck Picasso. Anyways. What? You mad cause your daddy's a lame corporist? Oh, is he? No wonder her stuff is just... Ow! I was taught that people who say bad things about my family deserve to get their butt kicked. Them bad-mouthing Callisto wasn't actually what set me off. I didn't have any special reverence or attachment to family like Matthias did either. It's just what I was taught to dislike, that's all. Just one of those tantrums kids of that age have. Kids will be kids and all that. I'm home, Dad. Hey! Hey, buddy! You're home early? Aw, man, must have been playing her rough today, huh? You've got dust all over... Got into a fight. A fight? Yeah, they kept saying dumb stuff about class stuff, so I smacked them. What about you? They didn't hit you anywhere, did they, buddy? On my cheek, but it's okay, because I punched him for this many more times. Did I do good? That's my girl. Dad? Where are you going? Oh, you know, just got some business to take care of. Why don't you sit tight and work on a coloring book? Dad'll be home before you know it. Oh, he killed the fucking class. He killed the school. Okay. Is that bro business? No, it's family business. I ain't oh, wrong voice. I ain't seeing what's so bad about taking care of your own. Them snobby sods don't learn respect unless you beat it into them. Ha. If only he'd been a simple-minded fool like you, then maybe the story would have ended right there with a pat on my head. What? Papa, I mean, the middle doesn't stop there. It never does. You hurt a member of the family? That automatically gets you written up in the book. Yeah. And he did what he did in the end. Holy shit! The teacher? Huh? There you are, Yoshihide. Is class starting already? My diligent little girl. Wonder who she takes after. Dad? I know. I said I'd be back before you know it, but I got a little lost trying to find my way through the ring bastards' trick mazes. You know how they are. Oh yeah, and there are so many sniveling brats here. Holy shit, he cut that with Lavatane. Well, as for the crimes, they slapped my buddy's face here hard enough to leave a mark. That's an arm for you. And as for the instructors, well, anyone who'd agree that they did one sort of job of keeping these tykes under control. In that case, pursuant to Title 2, Section 52 of the book, execution by beheading, they clearly don't got much use for what sits on their shoulders, eh? Huh? How do you like it, buddy? Papa's the best, ain't he? How dare he? Such senselessness, barbaric violence. Uncultured, uncivilized animal. Do not be discouraged, dear Yoshihide. I have eyed out yet another academy worthy of your talents. It is much more significant and prestigious institution this time. I assure you, even an intemperate berserker like Matthias won't dare force his way into such a place as he did the previous academy. Don't wanna. Yoshihide? I don't wanna go to an academy. I don't wanna go. I don't need friends anyway. Oh. For all his posturing, nothing was ever more important to me. For all his posturing, nothing that was ever important to me held any significance to Matthias. He took a lot from me just to feel good about himself. So I hoped he, more than anyone, would never find about the things I held dear, because I was afraid he would take them away just like he did the others. But he'd always catch on faster than he had any right to. Every contract that took me away from the House of Spiders made me tremble in anxiety. Because I was worried about I don't remember what. But I do know that I could never stop thinking about my room. So, whatever occupied the room in my absence must have been the most precious thing to me in the world. The scabbard, in which had been stirring lightly as Ryoshu recounted her past, soon began to rattle audibly. It's doing that thing again. Ryoshu patted the scabbard with a gentle, reassuring hand. The scabbard that was once Araya, a memory without attachment. It appeared to me as though she was pacifying a crying child. Seeing the gesture, Heathcliff briefly cast a sullen yet faintly expectant gaze between Ryoshu's scabbard and my device. He must have been thinking back to his last conversation with Catherine. But Catherine's existence, unlike Araya's, was erased by the golden bough itself. I doubt this device could do anything for Heathcliff at this point. From everything we know, the ring nurse father seems to have been the least awful parental figure in your childhood. Huh? Yeah! Didn't know that Robo-Unk was such a radical guy. He sent you to academy like you wanted to and even got angry on your behalf? Oh. Hazy memories, almost forgot to mention. A few days after that, Callisto left a snowman by my pillow as a gift. It was made of heads. Heads? Yeah. Yes. Decapitated heads from the incident at the academy, threaded together into a sculpture. Tisk, thinking back, is one sorry excuse for art. He's sorely mistaken if he thought some low-effort bullshit like that could make me feel better. Ugh, could have spared us the details, lass. Well, with that covered, do you guys want to head back? Hang on. What's up? Gonna get that luscious treatment before heading back? Shut it, you. That ain't it. Look over there. Those blokes walking out of the salon. Balvis, ain't they? They found us. It would not be odd to find a field branch of the ring's art movement in different districts of the city, especially that of the Favis scale. However, various evidence such as their mask and the fact that our group has immediately drawn their attention suggests they are in the same pack as the one making regular incursions into the House of Spiders. Who wins, let's see. Who wins, who wins? 1 Matthias, no Shin, or 10 grade schoolers? Also, for the love of God, don't pronounce it, Lavatane. I think it's Leviathan. I'll double check. I'm just pronouncing it how, yeah, Lavatane. Lavatane, Limbus. I know. Lava Tien? Lava Tien? I know. This is the LCB, speaking to team leader Alan, requesting immediate commencement of lockdown sequence. You hate- I'm right? Ah! Thank you, Arknights. Copy that. Then why don't we... Holy shit, guys, stop! Bloody hell, what? Don't you know where you are? You're smack dab in middle protected turf. Cause a scene and bros and sisters in the middle will be here any second. Oh yeah, that's gonna be a problem. Lavatian. Yeah. Levatian. We've already drawn the ring's unwanted attention. We certainly don't want the middle coming after us to the House of Spiders too. Sounds like you've got a GI. Talk. Ever played Whack-A-Mole? GI. Good idea? Like, why give ourselves a countdown? Just head back through the door now and beat up whoever thinks it's a great idea to walk in through the door. She puts forth a sound strategy, Executive Manager. As long as there's no high-ranking officer among them, it would be to our benefit. Well then, let's do as Kira says. That was quick. Alan blinks, shooting us a puzzled look as our entire squad came pouring through the door long before he finished the lockdown sequence. Due to newly emergent complications past the door, we have concluded that this location is the optimal point to intercept and engage with infiltrators from the ring. This location, you say? Ah, wait. That door leads to a zone under a syndicate of a wing's protection, doesn't it? Better idea to fight here, then. Have to work with someone quick on the uptake. It wasn't long before the 5 of us began rushing in through the open door. I didn't want to summon them while they're relaxing, but, well, can't be helped. And I summoned the sinners back to work. Alright.
즐거움. 언제나 순탄치 않았고 때로는 어설펐지만 여러분과 함께하는 여행은 늘 제 마음을 설레게 만들었답니다. 그렇기에 여기서 멈추고 싶지 않아요, 단테님.
Okay, yeah, we'll do this.
아이씨, 짜증나게.
Come on, Kira.
바이올렛 브레이크 슬램.
Ah, shit.
틈을 끊어.
敵が来ます.
Yeah, serial food
戦闘の準
thief.
備を.
처리할 시간이야, 머저리들.
Come on, Donnie.
골이 어지러지랄 테지.
옳다.
베어내주마. 약점은 파악했어.
모범적인 청소 방식을 확인했습니다. 인사부서에 해당 요원에 대한
Heathcliff,
조사를
you lost?
진행합니다.
결저 염화.
아, 여기선 이런 공격이 잘 먹히는군요.
차포잡이라. 예상한 것보다 움직임이 더 좋구나.
これが必要な戦いであれば.
Instinctive Valvista of the ring. This one's Rouge, Rouge. Okay, that's the same information as before.
초전해. 확살.
아이씨,
결정 염화.
効果的な攻撃でした。한만 남았어도 이 정도쯤은. これが必要な戦いであれば。
옆에 서지 마. 죽여버린다.
초전! 확살! 엘리트 오페레이터の身の腕前です。 짜증나게.
한놈 쪼아마 같아.
다들 첫 여정을 시작했을 때보다 정말 강해지셨네요. 매일 보아왔는데도
결정 염화.
감회가 새로워요.
펼쳐나 개만한다.
There we
매우
go.
효과적인 청소입니다. 워프 열차 연산 시스템은 해당 행동의 약 14%의 정리 기여도가 있음을 판단했습니다.
검을 휘두를 줄 아는 자는 많다. 그 검에 길이 있는지가 중요할 뿐.
마음에 들면 들었다 솔직히 말해라 자로여. 보기 드문 용장에게 칭찬을 아낄 이유가 무엇 있는지.
Alright, one down. Alright, Umasong, go.
와르르 무너지는군.
There we go. Holy shit, that's a lot of paint on my characters.
그러게 왜 앞에 튀어나와? 더 죽일 게 안 남아서 홧김에 죽여버렸잖아.
Alright,
뭐냐?
Miss
좀
Series.
부족했나 보지? 좋아.
Miseries? Yeah, Miseries. Why did I read it as Miss Series? Ah, okay. And that about wraps up the middle corridor. Thanks to you folks, we managed to cut the door catalog workload by 8%. I really appreciate everyone going the extra mile to check each and every door too. Made my life a whole lot easier. It's all thanks to the executive manager's strategization. Next up, Thumb's Corridor, but we actually found a lot of intel lying around there, so we just needed to check around some doors in his basement. Intel? The Metro Express is interested in the aforementioned intel. Ah, that. In the Thumb's Corridor, we came across a bundle of papers detailing the comings and goings of Thumb members and the orders they were carrying. Whoever wrote the logs has been diligently keeping them updated. The last entry was written not too long ago. While the contents of the notes aren't all that interesting, they helped us get an idea where each door in that corridor leads to. Valencia's shitty scrap papers. She'd been keeping up with that useless shit this whole time. Ha. Useless shit. Remnants of her desperate search for a thread to cling to. You found one of her backup ticket towards. I've marked any doors that need to work with the drone. There should be about 3 or 4 of them. While you guys do that, I've got some leftover work to take care of over here. So, I've been noticing that throughout our interactions. But whenever anything irrelevant to his work came up, Alan seems to have a way of unhearing and maneuvering right past it, as though he didn't even register what was said. Recalling our conversation with Cicera back at P Corp, that deeply uncurious indifference might just be one of the essential personality traits that go on as a corporate employee in the city. Understood. We will explore the past areas past the marked doors and return here. Thanks a ton. Well then. With Alan returning to where the Wayfarer company or employees were huddled around, we decide to follow the corridor to the left. Hey, there's someone in here. More of the ring, maybe? Going by their silhouettes, so they're unlikely to be members of the ring. Come on, lady, get out of my way so I can see. Oh, it's a detective. Some stubby gal I don't know, and that annoying airy dude. Sounds like Moses, Gregor, and Hong Lu, respectively. Stubby dude? The truest conversation grew clearer the closer I approached them. You okay, fella? You okay, fella? You bumped your head earlier. Fine. Fine as a fiddle. It was just a minor fall. This is the 3rd time it's occurred. We ought to discuss the issue with the manager once this consultation is over. I think I'm seeing a bump on the side of Honglu's head. Anyway, you know what to do, right? If at any moment you see any signs of... Don't worry, Gregor. You made it through the explanation and footage both. You're going to be fine again. I believe in you. Look at you now. We're right here where it happened, but your arm is stable, see? Ironically, fear tends to grow most unmitigated when it is distant and unseen. I understand you might be worried about, but I don't see even the earliest portents of it. So don't hesitate to share the unfiltered thoughts that arise while you're in here. I know what I saw in the footage, but I'm still having a hard time believing it. Or I don't know, maybe I'm avoiding the truth when it's staring me right in the face. Not sure. My case is nothing like Don Quixote's. She just needs to keep her shoes on, and it's all good and dandy for her, isn't it? Things don't work out that way for me. Whatever they're talking about sounds hella deep, guys. You sure about eavesdropping on him like this? That geez has always been weirdly cagey about himself. Maybe now's a chance to learn more about him. He's sharing such an IS about himself for once. Why walk away? Interesting secret? Don Quixote gives a nonsensical interpretation of Ryoshu's acronym as Kira rolls her eyes out of exasperation. Between the bickering Sinners and Kira, however, Otis stands in silence with an indescribable look on her face. She is listening to the exchange between Moses and Gregor like a woman possessed. Okay, let's keep listening then. Otis was right. Damn it, she was right all along. The war isn't over. It never was. And it can't be for as long as this fucking joke of a gift stays attached to my arm. Barbed words. Now, let's revisit a question that you could answer while the footage was playing. Hopefully it's become easier to answer now. You've been using this arm to fight just fine so far. How? I don't mind fighting hostiles or enemies. I'm not the kind of person who worries about people trying to kill me. But killing my comrades, that changes things, doesn't it? I can't even control it. There's nothing I can even do to brace for it. It's unstoppable, like some kind of time bomb, counting down to unleash a disease. You never know when its symptoms will set off. Even Heathcliff, who was always the first to step up when people began to spiral into self-hatred, stood in conflicted silence, his lips drawing a hard, straight line. Besides, Gregor wasn't wrong in all that. At present, there wasn't any way to stop his transformation should it occur again. We've still got a good chunk of the journey left, and eventually we'll have to... Oh, flashback to Canto 7. No matter what lurks in the past of us sinners, even if they have killed hundreds, thousands, no, tens of thousands of innocent people, will you still embrace them? We'll eventually have to confront the even darker, bleaker truth of the war. Can I really trust Gregor not to crumble under that inevitable pressure? I see. You're afraid you'll end up hurting us. Well, that's... At first I thought I couldn't give a hoot whether or not I accidentally murdered some of you. It's a bit saddening to hear that. You know how it is, Honglu. We, the bus team, didn't exactly get off to a rocking good start. But through our journey, I've begun to think of you all as my comrades. And I was okay with that because I had too much faith in my own weakness. When I realized that I'd grown weak, that I couldn't even take down some backstreet thug with this arm, I was relieved. Imagine that. The same arm, my arm, a weapon that stabbed the heart out of countless people during the smoke war. I'll be honest, when that Hohenheim fellow said that I was an exception, the thought alone made me hope. Exception? A potential to be harmless, weaker than even non-combatant like Yisong? It made me hope for a life like that. It didn't sound so bad. We all know how that went though, don't we? Blew up in the worst way possible. And after all that, I just couldn't bring myself to fight again. Because I no longer know when this fear will eat me up again. Because I'm constantly afraid of this damn gift manifesting again. The same fear you've carried all this time. How did you endure it before? Badly. Barely. Holding on to the idea that the living's gotta live on. Nothing else. This really brings back years. The memories are so clear, it's like they all happened yesterday. Alright, gotta leave. Alright, see you, Cornelius. Thank you for joining. You have a good night. Best you kick me off the bus before push comes to... That can't be the answer, Gregor. You can walk away. You can walk away, but the danger of our journey won't leave with you. Dante and the rest of us will still be facing an endless repeat of peril. And it's not like leaving the bus will bring peace to your heart. Our deaths can be reversed should an accident occur, even if it comes at the cost of Dante's suffering. The same can't be said for most people in the city. Now that's something I never expected to hear from you. I guess you're right. If we're seeing this through to any kind of end, this would be the place to do so. Not many places in the city have come warm. Not many places in the city have some warmth to them like this one does. Boy, this consultation is pretty embarrassing. I mean, it's not like I was forced to go through something as traumatizing as yours, Honglu. Truth be told, I'm not some special case. Everyone who participated in that war must have gone through more or less the same experience. Miss Moses, Otis, even Valencia, that piece of work. We can't attach a number to our misfortunes as if there's something to be measured. When I fled from my past, I tried my hardest to avert my eyes from it. But you, Gregor, you're not like me. Every few steps that distanced you from the past, you'd come to pause to spare a look towards the path you had walked. All those years I let slip by, all those that slipped you are dotted with fathoms of suffering that are both ineffable and beyond measure. Different experiences, different pain. Still, If there's one thing common to everyone, it's that trauma leaves after effects that linger for a long time. What are yours? I dislike loud noises and people who talk too much. They sound too much like the cacophony of the war, like screaming comrades who resented me as they lay dying, and the wound they left in my heart bled me dry. But I thought you were fond of Miss Ezra, Miss Moses. I've talked too much. That aside, haven't you heard your fill? Might as well come out of that corner you're hiding in. Aw, man! They knew we've been dropping eaves this whole time. I was actually waiting just for the right moment to come out and say a few words, but I couldn't find an appropriate moment to. Oh, well. I would have had to share this with Manager Bud or the rest of you fellows sooner or later, so I don't really mind, but what's she doing here? T.A. Temporary ally? No. Temporarily accompaniment. Don't be an asshole. I'm working my ass off to help you guys. Pleased to make your acquaintance. You're right on time. I've been working on a theory, but I don't have all the clues to be absolutely certain. A word from someone in the know may immensely improve my confidence in the theory. Kira, do you know which door the Thumner's father was most attached to? Huh? No, duh. Duh? That's supposed to be obvious? Didn't you guys all see her? You think she just, you think I just chat up scary lady like that? Dude, she was beating the ever-loving shit out of Lucio every time I saw them together. Oh, yeah. He went down fighting you guys to the end, huh? Oh. Yeah. Yeah. Said stuff about her generosity and all that fought till he died. Damn. That's unexpected. Being real for a sec, I thought he was totally gonna swap sides. Really? That lad? And why is that? You know? The vibes. You guys don't know because you haven't seen them long without the scary lady always looming over them. What's up? Gonna stab her right in the spine? You? Look, I think you might be training wrong because, like, you're not improving as much as you should from all that grind. Let me show you how I learned about swing swords from his comic book. That is not how my master has instructed me. The textbook cannot be permitted to have even a single deviation if it means repay the debt it owes her. Why are you so obsessed with all that crap anyway? You don't even like the old lady. But you're not so different from me in that regard, are you? But bro, the heck you on about? I love my papa. Seriously, I thought things were gonna crash and burn before Yoshihide even came home. Huh. Suppose textbook and I had that in common. If this one doesn't know, then let me redirect a question to you, Senator Ryoshu. Hopefully this touches upon one of your more intact memories. Do you know which of these doors the nurse father showed particular attachment to, or the door she used most often? Why ask me? Fine. Yes, I do remember. Don't even need clock's help to piece it back together. That one. The door with the metal piece dangling from it. Holy shit, I almost died out there. Son of a bitch, a fucking fly. Where did those G-Corp fucks even drag those gross pests from? Mom, are you okay? Do I look okay to you, Ticket? No, not really. I'm fine. You know I don't break it easily. Easy. You should have been there to see me tear the head off that G-Corp vermin, Ticket. But Mom, your leg's bleeding a lot. T Here comes another mission. Here comes another mission. Boy, they really can't do shit without me, huh? So much for a break. The fuck is this? Bandages for you? Is this kid serious? They got truckloads of expensive treatments on the ready to patch me up the moment I get back to the well, okay, never mind that. Hey, this works. Mom? Sit tight and don't start any trouble. I'll teach you some sword techniques so once I'm back. Must have been her years in the smoke war. Yeah, fighting in the war took a lot out of her and left her perpetually exhausted. But she marched into every battle with a smile. Stopped drinking. Stopped beating me too. Like a blissful idiot who forgot that she was still neck deep in an inescapable pit called the House of Spiders. Well, the ironic peace didn't last. Sometime after the war ended, someone called the consigliere, I don't know, I can't speak Italian, of the Thumb visited the House of Spiders as a tutor. And that's when she went right back to drinking herself into shit-faced stupor day after day. The beatings returned, and so did the edge of her profanities. It was pathetic. Hold on, though. Why, though? Sure, I was on the losing side. But wasn't Valencia on the winning side? A war hero at that? Ever heard of the regulation that prevents smoke war participants from moving to I-Corp and K-Corp nests? A common thread between those these post-war rules is that they make the lives of veterans difficult. Dubious rules that don't discriminate between winners and losers. I see. There must have been things going on between the scenes, behind the scenes there too. But that doesn't that mean that Al-Bakhdul will drop us into a trench they dug during the war? Yes, and Gregor will be the one to open it. Wait, me? Yes. Others can do it for you, but what would be the point? You sure this won't just end up giving him more nightmares? I don't see how this will help him in any way. We do not have any means to treat whatever it is that slumbers within his arm. However, I would surmise that the underlying cause of his sudden transformation wasn't the arm itself. Then what? It's trauma. His arm took control after his psyche was crushed by the weight of unspeakable memories coming back to haunt him. It's not because the arm went berserk that he started reliving his painful past. It's the other way around. Isn't that so? If you can come to understand the war, that the war is really over, and that what others say, no matter how closely they echo the past, it's not necessarily aimed at you, then you may be able to loosen your grip on fear and anxiety that your arm could metamorphose at any moment. While her suggestion may seem blunt, it is one of basic treatment principles in M-Corp psychotherapy centers. Fine then. Guess I'll open it up. Gregor walked up to the door, grabbed its handle, then paused, taking it slow, deep breaths. And with one arm, he gently opened the door. Why are you running? You should be taking the lead on the front lines of our G-Corp banner held high. I don't want to die. It's nice to have a place to go back to. Oh, right. Happy 15th birthday. But you can't possibly have the cheek to call me cruel. You G-Corp pests are far more messed up than I ever was. Ripping people apart, cannibalizing them. You were nothing but a swarm of fucked up monsters. I thought I had woken up from the dream. But I was still... Well, shit. Damon, I don't want to have to fight Roach again. Thank God I'm not fighting Roach. Oh, I can use him now.
군주가 나선다.
아, 뭐야?
흑수 어디서?
의로움을 세우기 위해서라면
알탄이예.
내가
네. 저주.
나를 점 찍었다면 격에 맞는 조언도 함께 준비하도록.
필두 출진.
This place. Eh? Just a boring little office. I was kind of ready for, kind of ready to be shook, thinking that we were about to walk into a war zone or something. Recognize this place? Of course I do. My last job before Limbus Company. And my desk was over there. Here's a tip, fellas. When you're working in an office like this, always get a corner desk facing the wall if you can help it. Lets you hide from the boss man. Out of sight, out of mind. You know, you can do whatever you want. Work, chill, even freak out and tear at the slightest sound of metal clinking. Nobody will catch you. Nobody will think you're a bother to other people. Gregor grins, a bitter, mocking smile directed at himself. The only downside of this desk arrangement being people walking up behind me to get my attention. Higher ups will just holler and say, "Vet hire!" And I'd scuttle right up to them, but others can't do that. So whenever people walk up to me from behind, I'd afraid that I might cause an accident. Vet hire. Must be about post-war veteran special employment. Right, but I couldn't possibly complain. Wouldn't have had that job without, you know, not everyone was lucky enough to be considered for that. I was better off than most. Gregor? Head manager, Ted? Gregor whipped around with his hand instinctively leaping to his other arm. There was an unfamiliar man in a clean suit standing behind us. It really is you, Gregor. I see some new faces with you. Oh, wait, you folks must be the account that the other guy... Oh, wait, you folks must be the account that the other guys on the other team asked us to leave the meeting room open for. Landed a new job, huh? I see you got a new employee card right there. Well, how have you been? Me? Same old, well enough. It's not like I've got anywhere else to go, right? Huh. And I'm not surprised you found new work so soon. You are always a dependable guy. Is the pay good? How's life, man? Oh yeah, you were gonna sell that commemorative coin? Some kind of metal, right? I hope you got paid good money for that. Look at me, asking how's life to a fellow citizen. Can't imagine anybody would have anything good to say to that, huh? Tisk. Moving on. I hope no one's hounding you with vet hire shit over there. No, not at all. There's none of that here. Hey, that's good to hear, man. Glad you don't have to deal with that dang jackass of a exec VP messing with you like he was a war veteran himself. You know, how many years have I had to hear that geezer bragging about how he profiteered from the war, pulling himself up by his bootstraps about how in every peril of an opportunity waiting to be found. Blah, blah, blah. I'm preaching to the choir, aren't I? That guy. Is he still taking his sauna breaks during work hours? What do you think? His seat misses his ass every day. Oh, and get this. Remember how he used to call you special employment fellas Nepo Force? A few days ago, his name showed up in the HR report. Guess what it said? Turns out he was lining his pockets with kickbacks when we were choosing the fixer office for a partnership project. I guess it's always about to be I guess there's about to be a vacancy in the office real soon. Really? Isn't he, you know, an actual Nepo? Thought he said the president's family. Yeah, man. It's that bad. It's what anyone ever talks about by the water cooler. Oh, welcome back, Damon. We're apparently in Gregor's old office before he worked for Limbus. If there's anything I learned here, it's that people obsessed with back in my days are all kind of like him. They hate how their glory days are all behind them, but kind of like a distraction about how pathetic they are now. And hey, a backstreets kid like myself don't have glory days to look back on and yearn for, right? I look back and it's all doom and gloom. You know, if you've ever hit rock bottom, you also know the only way left to go is up. You've said something like that before, yeah. Well, I guess, yeah. Yeah. Guess it's my own brand of bullshit philosophy. Oh boy, look at me running my mouth in front of our customers. Sorry about that, folks. Oh, don't worry about it. That's a pretty unique prosthesis you got there. No worries, but it seemed that you were on your way to submit those proposals? Gee golly, I'm late. Thank you for snapping me out of it. I'm gonna get one heck of a scolding. Anyway, Gregor, hit me up sometime. Let's go out and catch up over a drink or something. Sure, if I get the chance. The man who seemed like Gregor's former coworker hurried over, but he didn't forget to wave us a good-natured goodbye. Woohoo, I can see a bit of him in the way you talk, Gregor. Come on, I don't sound as old as he does, do I? Moses, who had been quietly observing Gregor with his former coworker chatted, exhaled a light stream of smoke and slowly began to speak. Many of us who returned from the war seem to suffer a certain misconception. When we are told to remember, it does not mean we are bidden to live through the nightmare of the past over and over. We are not being cursed to relive the pain and suffer in it. Both Ezra and I, we are both still trying to be free of the misconception we inflicted upon ourselves. It's not like I remember because I want to. Well, if you can't bring yourself to forget them, might as well include in your memory the fact that the war has indeed ended. Fine. You're not wrong there. Gregor stared at his right arm for a while, quietly contemplating. Manager Bud. I can't say I can give you any reassurance, but just going on with my life seems to be the best answer for now. I want to ask if you're okay with that, though. I'll manage, but it's you who's going to have to deal with the aftermath. Gregor would always say the same to those suffering from the cruelty inherent in living. Still, live on. Just live on. Yet even as his lips spoke those words, his eyes would take on a desperate and unfocused look, shaded beneath despair. Today, though, the gloomy gray seemed to give way just to a hint of a blue sky beyond. This may be no more than a single ray of sun peering through the dark clouds that have long suffocated the sky. It would probably take much more than this for the shadows to be fully lifted, but don't you worry. I'll be fine. It's a big step forward for him to have dressed even a little bit of the persistent anxiety from his past. When we emerged from the door, we saw Otis facing away from us, her weapon drawn. Wait, I don't think she even followed us through the door. Huh? Were you here this entire time? Yes, I was told by that Allen figure that someone has to stay behind and watch the door during these operations. So I stayed and... Ah, more furries. Ah, man, it's those asshats again. Weird. The corridor is not a place for those newbies to roaming around on their own. As you can see, a few uninvited guests have decided to visit us through a different door. I looked past Otis just in time to see more Favis pouring into the corridor through a different back door. They must be trying to find a way to get to the ring nurse father's corridor. Well, we can't just let them through, can we? Kill them all! Alright, fighting time, fighting time.
실수일지 의도일지
저희를 헤아릴 수 없다면 그 용도를 고민하는 것이 상책이지.
We'll get that.
저 해충들을 도려내라.
염화!
How to fight the furries with my own furry team.
아, 여기선 이런 공격이 잘 먹히는군요.
유야. 길을 열어라.
다들 첫 여정을 시작했을 때보다 정말 강해지셨네요. 매일 보아왔는데도 저는 감회가 새로워요.
모범적인 청소 방식을 확인했습니다.
목을 떨고 싶어.
인사부서에 해당 요원에 대한 평가를 송신합니다. 방금 청소를 수행한 요원께 W사 인재관리부서에서 자동 승진 추천서가 발부되었음을 안내드립니다. 자세한 내용은 서면에 적혀 있습니다.
12수에게 명한다. 이 앞에 숨쉬는 자
무용하군요.
누구 하나 살려보내지 마라.
결정 염화!
効果的な攻撃でした짜증나게
알립니다. 상황이 통제될 가능성이 지속적으로 상승하고 있습니다. 요원 여러분들은 분투하시어 빠른 사태 진화에 협조하시길 부탁드립니다.
이제 깨우치시길.
넌 푸름을 틔울 수도 없겠구나.
골이 어지러지랄 테지.
아이씨 짜증나게
한 놈 쪼아먹었다. 다음. 한 놈 쪼아먹었다.
차포잡이야. 예상한 것보다 움직임이 더 좋구나.
옳다.
Oh,
그쪽 방향이 아닐 텐데.
that was a bit overkill there.
エリートオペレーターのみの腕前です
방금 청소를 수행한 요원께 W사 인재관리부서에서 자동 승진 추천서가 발부되었음을 안내드립니다.
불가.
자세한 내용은 서면에 적혀 있습니다.
다리.
말로 받아내라.
아이씨 짜증나게
저 해충들을 도려내라. 오여,
길을 열어라. 결정 염화! 괜찮아, 개만 한다.
매우 효과적인 청소입니다. 워프열차 연산 시스템은 해당 행동에 약 14%의 정리 기여도가 있음을 판단했습니다.
이제 깨우치시길.
Alright, there we go. Furry's dead. How long
내
is
앞에
this?
튀어나와. 더 죽일 게 안 남아서 홧김에 죽여버렸잖아. 뭐냐? 너희들도 좀 부족했나 보지? 좋아, 다 덤벼!
Okay, to 5 or to 9.514. So we're almost there.
예술이란 것을 보여주지.
Once we dealt with the Falvis who invaded the Thumner's father's destroyed corridor, we left for the indexes. And ran into a few familiar faces waiting for us at our destination. Huh, so you guys don't have today off? Don't you guys have today off? Yeah, but I thought I might as well come along. It's you know, you keep summoning us while we're in the middle of something, so I decided that it might actually be more convenient for us to be with you in person. Your summoning occurred at the most unideal moment. Were you on the toilet, Isong? You know, I know you weren't doing it on purpose, but all 3 times you summoned me, I saw it leaning over, snacks topped with a bunch of whipped cream. Oh my god, that is hilarious. Today, I learned that blacking out and waking up to a me-shaped incident in a cake I was about to chow down on doesn't make for a very relaxing break. Sorry about that. I should have checked in with you guys before summoning, but I'm still getting used to it. Okay, now you're being too sorry. No hard feelings here, you know? I'm tagging along because I need some exercise. That's all. I appreciate this, and I appreciate the additional employee assignments. Now, if you could share any information you have about yet another corridor. I'm out here all the time. I'm going here all the time, so I know this place a little. There was this super clingy, annoying little... No, that wasn't the masked dude. There was this other, Is there something you don't remember? Oh, right, Kira probably doesn't remember Sora. Sora? I don't think that name rings any bells for us either. Is that someone who used to live here? Yeah, well, Sora was the Index Apprentice, so she probably lived here. Forsooth, the Index Apprentice? Oh, pray tell! Wherefore is that the middle, the thumb, the ring each have apprentices, yet the Index and Pinky lack them? It would be indeed quite odd if mere 3 of the 5 fingers kept an apprentice each. Retrace I might my recollections, yet I find it like following a trail of odorless air, invisible and unreal. No, there was someone. But I can't. Yeah. Just tell them that Ryoshu erased them. I know. Ryoshu reached the state of Muga and just, you know, erased them with her Raishiki. The representations of the Pinky and Index's apprentices are missing. No. To be more precise, a merciless blade has shredded and reduced them to intangible formlessness. How refreshing to hear that same impression from someone else rather than myself for once. As it seemed that I was the only one who remembered the 2 apprentices, I retraced back to our first meeting and briefly shared what I knew about Sora. Huh? She doesn't sound like a very forgettable character. Well, the Arai Shiki cut her into ribbons. That would explain why it feels as though I'm recalling a sequence of events with a critical part missing in between. Yeah. So... yeah, Dante did tell them. I can always hear her, giggling to herself like a creepy loner, and she probably wears glasses too, right? Like one of those gloomy introverts from anime? I see. So that's why it feels like I'm tearing through each strand of a weave. Ryoshu? Let's say the world's made of strings or threads, Clock. With every slash, this blade would be cutting through the flow of strands that twine to compose one's existence. When an object is severed beyond repair, you'd think neither trace nor shape would be left of it. Oh, there was a flash? But now you've pieced some of it together. It's almost... Indeed. Instead of elaborating further, Ryoshu fell silent again, save for the sound of the tip of her cigarette turning to ash. It's like she was recalling some incomplete memory. I guess she's trying to avoid over-speculating on what she doesn't know for sure. Damn! That totally breaks the meta. I had a vague idea of how it works, but this is the first time I'm hearing the deets. Papa had to go through 4 ramp-up stages and remove seals to, like, even make full use of his sword? Honestly, yours needs a trade-off. Your sword totally power creep Papa's. Oh, it has a trade-off. T.O.? There's plenty already. Oh, so true. I guess slicing your memories away is one hell of a trade-off. Sorry. Okay, so I'm guessing you don't have anything to contribute for this corridor. Ah, I've got one. I don't know where it leads, but the index guy used it all the time. Hopefully it doesn't drop us into an army of indexes. TPU. They rarely gather in big groups. She said that's pretty unlikely. Oh, thank you, Sinclair. Thank God you're here again. What was that for, Ryoshu? Wait, did you just hit me with that sword handle? I didn't do anything. But I saw it. I saw Ryoshu's scabbard, Araya, suddenly jerking to the side, prodding Sinclair like it was annoyed by something. Araya smacked Sinclair? I won't STS all SYLC until you can barely walk. I swear, this isn't slander or whatever. Look, you've poked me so hard it left a mark on my arm. Here! Well, I don't want to read too much into it, but the scabbard was rattling like it was irritated by something. Stop interpreting. Stop interpreting for her. This is why she won't stop making up these nonsense acronyms. Interpreting for her? Oh god. Interpreting. There we go. I don't know why I won't shoot the shit. I'll snap your legs cleanly. Thank you. Now Araya's gonna smack the shit out of you with the sword handle. He's making it worse. I've got to stop him from translating for her somehow. Araya? Wait. That voice just now, it sounded like Araya's? Dante, you saw it too, right? Ryoshu didn't do anything. What? Wait! It really wasn't her? Nope. Then it's decided. To be fair to Sinclair, no one else, but I saw in full detail of how the scabbard came to be. Which means that he couldn't imagine in his wildest dreams that the scabbard poked him of its own volition. It doesn't seem to be like any of the sinners heard that voice either. Damn! You guys bully him a lot, huh? Yeah, he is bullyable. Well, that lad's been long overdue for a little smack upside his noggin. We should head inside. Let's not keep Alan waiting. Kier directed us to an almost disturbingly normal wooden door, so featureless that I could have mistaken it for any of the dozens of doors that we walked past in the other nests. We were greeted by a whiff of stale, musty air the moment we walked through the door. I think this leads to a basement. Oh my fucking god. And emerged to what appeared to be an almost dungeon-like basement area. Whenever the masked unk's beeper rang, he'd walk through this door. So, who are they? The Index. Signs of life. There were people living down here up until a few hours ago. Why are you here, paper slips? We're only executing the prescript. I've had it with these prescripts. Though at least yours don't make annoying beeps. The basement was stocked up of shelf-stable and non-perishable food. And the cells were all completely empty save for what looked like a makeshift bathroom in each of them. It is likely that this dungeon was used to imprison individuals of varying features that may be required to complete a prescript. Seriously? This room seems to have been used for something worse than simple incarceration. Among Faust's conjectures, that is that the captives were conditioned, in body and mind, to various ways to match the prescript's liking. Ugh, sounds like that guy was just as crazy as the rest of them. Wait, wait. This staircase, right here, that leads up. Let's check what's... So, this was basically, like... It rubs its lotion on its skin or else it gets the hose again type situation. Silence of the Lambs. Yeah, from Silence of the Lambs. Freaking annoying, man. The heck are you doing? You cannot enter through this door. Oh, I see. Another grate for body blocking in the doorway. Ah. Move. I need to see something. The will of the prescript forbids you. You cannot enter through this door. What do we do? Is this worth forcing our way in there? They seem pretty adamant about not letting us in. I'd prefer if we stayed as far as possible from anything that has to do with the gods. I mean, prescripts. But nothing in this basement gives me any indication as to where the door connects to. The gods. So, someone had a theory that different methods of the prescripts being transferred was different gods. It's not just Hermes, god of the city. Someone said that maybe radio waves is how Hermes manifests his will. And that there may be other gods. Like vibrations in the city making the paper prescripts for the loom to write. Or something like that. Like Poseidon. So there might... Yeah. Like Hermes radio waves. Makes sense. And we know that there's like a loom or something that writes prescripts that gathers vibrations from the city. So that could be Poseidon. And who deals with Poseidon? Odysseus. Who is Odysseus? Probably Otis. And she just told us gods. Otis is right. We're going to have to get upstairs somehow if we want to get an idea of where this door leads. If Rion's been using this basement, then I'd like to see what's upstairs. Honestly, learning that this door connects to some basement is more than enough intel to cross it off the list. Still, if it has anything to do with Ryoshi's memories. Alright then, let's push through. Executing your command, Executive Manager. The will of the prescript is absolute. Is it though? It is, yeah. It is not absolute as we saw with Rion in his final moments. I'm fighting prescripts! Oh. Alright, let's see. Some of you may already be aware that prescripts are delivered through various means. Of these, paper slip is the most commonplace and the most preferred by many. The prescripts are delivered by many means. Their medium determined with finality akin to divine prophecy. Those who receive them hold no power over how they arrive. Then the question we must ask is, how many forms might the prescripts take? Do they all flow from a single origin, or are there distinct entities behind each? Unraveling these mysteries is the purpose of the Society for the Research of the Index. Now, would you like to join us and explore the answers together? Are there people that actually research the prescripts? A modest blade, proselyte's blade. A modest blade, unassuming and unworthy of note. Yet in the following prescript, the fulfilling of its directives, the aid of messengers that emerge from unseen places, the teachings of the proxies. Is it slowly perfected into a weapon imbued with a singular uniqueness? Prescript incompliance risk. Oh! Okay, so they're all targeting Gregor. I see. I'm just going to snake. Get my arm. Oh, okay, so block you. What am I blocking? I'm blocking that one. Alright.
일기당천.
Wait, no! The assist isn't going to work! I used the defense on Gregor. Fuck!
결저 염화.
병력을 새로이 구성해야 하나.
불가피하다면 술책을 세우는 것이 자선이다.
하나 넘고 둘 넘고 꺾고 제쳐라.
敵の調子が悪くなっているみたいです。
자, 어느 쪽일지 잘 생각해보라고.
고작 이 정도 탕류의 허덕이나.
틈을 끊어.
매우 효과적인 청소입니다.
그쪽
워프 열차
방향이 아닐
연산
텐데.
시스템은 해당 행동에 약 14%의 정리 기여도가 있음을 판단했습니다.
반만 남았어도 이 정도쯤은.敵は深手を追ってい
Oh,
ます。
there's quite a few enemies here. Okay.
시간 끌 것 없이
시비수에게 명한다.
모조리
이 앞에
지워버리죠.
숨쉬는 자 누구 하나 살려보내지 마라. 이 풍진 세상에서 힘껏 살아가느라 수고 많으셨어요. 이제 모든 짐 놓으셨으니 그 끝에 고요한
Alright,
휴식이
so
있기를.
불가 위야 막아내지 못하리.
아이씨, 짜증나게.
어라? 저쪽에 비틀거리시는 분이 보이네요. 이만 편히 눕혀드릴까요?
닭은 달려들어라.
適した攻撃でなくても最善の選択だったはずです。
괜찮아요, 단장님. 이럴 때도 있는 법이죠.
エリートオペレーター並みの腕前です。
무상한 목숨. 불끄듯 지원할 뿐.
옳다.
敵は深手を負っています。
시간 끌 것 없이 모조리 치워버리죠.
결정 염화.
Alright, enemy dead.
다들 첫 여정을 시작했을 때보다 정말 강해지셨네요. 매일 보아왔는데도 지금은
Wait, what's up there? You may speak to me casually, Araya, but in the presence of other apprentices, perhaps you should find it preferable to mimic the tone of the Dihua star. Come on, it's not like I wanted to be the Dihua star. Just let me do whatever I want while I'm here. Certainly, you have a point. So, what's up there? Up the stairs? Or, no, I should do an old lady voice. So, what's up there? Up the stairs? I'm not sure myself. I've never been upstairs. Aren't you even a little curious? Why bother peeling back the heavens to see what is beyond? Those wanting of yearning needn't raise their heads skyward. Am I seeing Arise memories? Clock, what did you see? I'm not sure, but now we've got another reason to check out what's upstairs. Damn! What is upstairs?
이렇게 쉽게 통과하리라곤 상상도 못했는데. 세가들에게 은자를 풀어야겠어요. 이런 경사스러운
Oh, I'm
마음은
halfway to
조금
getting the
풀어줘도
skin
괜찮겠죠.
or the ID. What does he even do for passive? Shared support passive. Add a inflict defense down for every 2 types of negative on target once per turn. Oh, that's pretty decent. Wait, what? Oh, this is just fight. No, this is story and fight.
내 명을 들은 시비수 결집이다.
저희에게도 이런 힘을 베풀어
Okay,
주시다니
you,
마음씨가 넓은
you,
분이실까요?
이상하나.
아,
you,
실수로
you.
주셨더라도
내가 맞서.
상관없어요.
내가
한 번 베푼 이상
아시아의
낙장
이상을
불입이랍니다.
함께 줬던 호위.
Okay, Don
이상.
Quixote is being attacked. Oh yeah, Don's just being attacked by everyone. Christ. Okay. Okay, so you. Alright. Yeah, the prescript sure does demand it. Wow, you rolled all tails and he still won. Dawn!
아이씨, 짜증나게.
모든 것에 견뎠어.
열차 내 정리 요원에게 안내 말씀드립니다. 현재
Yep,
특정 객실에서
she sure
소요
did.
사태가 발생했습니다. 신속한 처치를 부탁드립니다.
You're not fast enough. Oh, wait, no. Actually, you can block. Okay. We're gonna counter that. We'll leave this. Yeah, we'll leave this guy.
친히 목을 떨궈 주마.
Wait, I just fucked up.
틈을 끊어. 바로 무용하군요.
Oh, there we go. Alright, that one settled commission
다들
now.
첫 여정을 시작했을 때보다
이성!
정말 강해지셨네요.
이성!
매일
아이씨,
보아하는데도
짜증나게.
지금은 감회가 새로워요.
Isong fucking failed. Can you guys roll fucking tails? Christ.
반만 남았어도 이 정도쯤은.
Or roll heads, please.
저분은 어디 아프신 걸까요? 아까랑 다르게 기운이 없어 보여요.
불가 이하
시비수에게 명한다.
막아내지 못하리.
이 앞에 숨쉬는 자 누구 하나 살려보내지 마라. 고작 이 정도 탕류의 허덕이나.
스르르 무너지는군.
바이올렛 브레이크.
그쪽 방향이 아닐 텐데.
차포잡이라 예상한 것보다 움직임이 더 좋구나.
일기당천.
At least this attack will go through.
닭은 달려들어라. 저 해충들을 도려내라.
염화.
모범적인 청소 방식을 확인했습니다.
넌
인사부서의 해당 요원에 대한 평가를 송신합니다.
옳다.
Oh, where were these tails before, Dawn? Or where were these heads before?
결정 염화.
効果的な攻撃でした。
방금 청소를 수행한 요원께 W사 인재관리 부서에서 자동 승진 추천서가 발부되었음을 안내드립니다. 자세한 내용은 서면에 적혀 있습니다.
시간 끌 것 없이 모조리 치워버리죠.
깔끔하게 몰았군.
큰 흐름을 뒤집은 건 아니나
전부 녹여서
좋은
썰어버려도 상관없지.
움직임이로구나.
Ah, can't do defensive assist here.
시간 끌 것 없이 모조리 치워버리죠.
このまま行けば敵を食い止められます。よし。 짜증나게.
마음 놓고 열어젖히고
유혈적 폭력 사태의 진압 가능성이 50%를 상회했습니다. 승객 일부의 문제를 감지했으나 워프 열차 연산 시스템은 해당 요소가 큰 문제가 아니라고 판단하고 있습니다. 노고에 감사드립니다.
자, 어느 쪽일지 잘 생각해보라고.
깨우치시길.
와르르 무너지는군.
바람 불어오는 대로
There we go.
짓밟아라.
There we go. That one was a little annoying. Kind of let down when they were body blocking the door like there was some big secret behind it. Right? It just looks like any other average family home. Oh man. I get cleaning up's a chore, but peeps should at least dust their home once in a while. Thick layer of dust covering every surface, and the blotchy wallpaper made clear that no one's been living here for a good while. Whichever family lived here must have had a child. Look, there's drawings and dolls too, though it seems like the place has been abandoned for quite a long time. Could something bad have happened here? Yeah, something must have happened here that caused the family to leave, and they never got to return. Yeah, lots of evidence suggesting that. The open door, the single shoe just lying around. So someone fled from their home for some reason, never to return. I don't know, it's kind of hard to narrow down the cause, because really could have been anything. Are you searching for anything in particular, Ryoshu? Yes, but it doesn't seem to be here. Every framed photo is singed beyond recognition, and whatever documents there were have been torn to shreds. Kind of like my memories. So this wasn't where he escaped to, huh? The index nurse father, Rion. The last time we saw him, he fled the house via the corridor after suffering a severe wound at Ryoshu's hand. If by some miracle he survived, there's a chance that he'd come after Ryoshu again, but something about our last encounter led me to believe that it was the last time Ryoshu would ever see him. This is... Do you recognize this drawing? I found myself hoping to see Ryoshu piece together another memory. She'd been recalling new details all day whenever something caught her attention. Sadly, she responded by softly shaking her head. No, I don't. This was Rion's home when he had his family.
길을 남겼군. 핏물진
Keflin
길이
increase.
세월이 지나면 홍호는 그제야 알게 되겠지.
We're just gonna let that generate.
이 홍로가 무엇을 바꾸었는지를.
Sangria.
필두, 출진.
And it's costing me Keflin modules. After leaving Rion's quarters, we explored the Index's corridor for a while, but didn't find anything that could help piece Ryoshu's memories back together. Great work! Now that just leaves the Pinky Nurse Father's corridor. But that room didn't have any back doors for us to explore. There were countless more in the adjacent corridor, but our guideline makes it a bit difficult to delve into each and every one of them right away. Which means that our work here is done. Thank you for your assistance, said Dante. Okay, glad we could help. Dante replies that they're happy to have been of assistance. Well then, it's been a pleasure. After a brief round of handshakes, Alan returned to the forward base. We probably should have done the same, but want to take a look around here anyway? Sure. As we had more business here than simply checking doors, we decided to stay a little longer and investigate the Pinky's corridor. The Pinky Nurse Father's room had a peculiar structure. Each door we opened led to a room identical in shape than the previous one. And even though I was certain that we traversed through quite a few rooms, we somehow found ourselves back at the starting point. There are some small design differences between each room that help tell them apart, but it's difficult to tell which is which unless we look really hard at every detail. Where are we now? The kitchen? How do you know that? I've been here before. Someone ghosted me after promising to watch Fixer clips together, so I thought I'd come visit. It's someone that y'all have met too. I think it was must be another one who was severed by Rayashiki. Damn, you might be right. His name was Ren, the Pinky Apprentice. I tick-tocked, but no one here really seemed to have anything to say that. I suppose that only makes sense. After all, his existence registered to no one here but me. So, when you said back at K-Corp that you cooked before, you were talking about this, huh? Yep. I used to perform intense culinary artistry here. Your scabbard's shaking. The reviews were glowing. One of them was UM, meaning, yeah, unbelievably mouth-watering. The scabbard, Araya, was defiantly shaking from side to side in a valiant effort to deny Ryoshu's claim. Must have been pretty damn bad, huh? Tisk, I'm having a hard time believing her, if you ask me. What do you usually make? Boxed lunch. Boxed lunch that kids might bring to grade school, with sausages cut like octopuses and tamagoyaki. A bit simple to be intense culinary artistry, don't you think? IF. Don't you know, there's nothing like a school lunchbox rivalry. So I want octopus sausages, the tamagoyaki, and... Why are we making sausages out of an octopus? No, I mean sausages cut like octopuses. And why are we cutting sausages into octopus shapes? 'Cause it's adorbs, that's why. I need Tara or... I can't do little girl voices, man. Something like this? Or something like this? What? What's that? Sausage, carved it into octopus shape. Didn't miss a single suction cup. Come on, I didn't mean like real life octopuses. It's gotta be adorbs, Kay? Look at that. That's so adorable. Isn't it all the SD once it goes down the gullet? So, why is this important? Why is this so important? All the same difference? But, Mommy, there's nothing like a school lunchbox rivalry. IDU? Huh? You're doing your weird acronyms again, aren't you? I don't understand. It means I don't understand. That's when you say I don't know. IDK, Mom. SMH? These must have been some of the happiest memories Hiroshi and Araya shared. The sinners, me and Araya, even as a scabbard, could imagine or even recall them in full. But for Ryoshu, the most important part of those memories remains sliced away. Still, if we can continue to piece more and more of her memories together by going over these pieces. Do you want to check out what's upstairs too? As soon as I asked, however, the sinner's footsteps came to a simultaneously stop. Wait. Hang on, Clockhead. Don't open that door just yet. I looked back and found Kira and Heathcliff poised to fight, hands on their weapons. This way, manager. And Marceau, who realized what indicator, yanked me to the back of the line. And in mere moments... So there was someone guiding those whelps. Figures they'd send more fodder to the House of Spiders. Stinks of wet dog. The claws of a massive paw slashed through where we had just been standing. Oh! Hey, Damon. I think we have the person that Rodian is based off of. Wolf mask? It really is, as Maestro Emilie Benoit said. This place is already occupied. If you would be so kind as to help me with directions. Is this where Master Callisto's art is located? The question came from a woman who appeared from one of the doors that led to a different corridor. She was wearing a wolf mask, and unlike the Favis we had encountered thus far, she seemed to make a point to speak and act with decorum. But the subtle hint of violence in her voice quickly betrayed this air of faux civility. Sure you're at the right address, lady? Robohunk's stuff ain't in this part of the house. Find a different corridor. Yes, I am aware. But I'm not here looking for his creations, which are easily mistaken for mass-produced garbage. I could feel her intense gaze, even though her face was obscured by the mask. And there was no doubt her eyes were bearing down on Ryoshu. Suddenly I was reminded what Rial said moments before he fled through the corridor. We let them observe us too freely. What? What does that? The Fulvis got to confirm a lot of important intel, including the fact that the House of Spiders has fallen and Ryoshu currently has possession of the Raishiki. They want Ryoshu for themselves, whether she's completed or not. Ryoshu, as she is now. Isn't that intriguing for once? My name is Rofu. Well, damn, okay, we smash. Yoshihide, the blade coveted by the Five Fingers, Master Callisto's final and posthumous masterpiece. As a docent of Fauvism, please allow me the honor of escorting you to our gallery. Do I want to? Don't see the point in hanging out with people whose unaesthetic AM. AM? Was that like animal masks? Whose unaesthetic animal mask? I don't know. As expected, Ryoshu declined Rofu's request with a curt reply. And her eye, too, rattled angrily in the docent's general direction. Then, I'm afraid my only remaining option is to rely on our usual method of ushering. How are her odds? I don't know. She's probably tougher than me at my maxed out stats. She's a fucking gamer zoomer. Really? The shape of her ring suggests she is a docent of School of Fauvism. Her position is comparable to that of a capo of the thumb or big sibling of the middle. Verily, that makes her a foe who may surpass even Ricardo's might, or, with a stroke of ill fortune, even Lei Hong's. Doubt she's anywhere as strong as Lei Hong. Our chances are HOHOM. Half or half more? I like those odds. Half of half or more. Rude, dude, really? Outmoded, has been. Why seek out the art of a has-been after all this time? It was a decision made with much confusion from the outset. To entrust such a monumentous project in the hands of one such as Callisto, why? Everyone agrees that it is no less foolish than the casting of a pearl before swine. What do you mean, have fun? And they were quite on point to... Oh boy! And they were quite on point with that assessment. His oval recovered from the house where more tools and art. The sort that the likes of workshop meisters might assemble. No self-respecting maestro would create such mundanities and call them art. Damn! Now, I must ask for your forgiveness for presuming that you would be no different from the rest of his work. But what I observed above this room completely changed my perspective. The scorched corridor, the variety in which you've scarred the walls and the floor as though a frenzied beast had torn through them. There is but one tool that could possibly have left such marks behind. At least you've got a passable eye for art. Yoshihide, I ask you, have you ever considered pursuing an art of further elevated beauty? It will be an experience that departs from the dilapidated remnant that dubs itself corporism, a movement so constrained by its obsession over the human corpus that once it had depleted all meaning it had to offer, it began piling on empty definitions onto itself. Fauvism is a movement that has broken from the traditional mold, unfettered like a beast that roams free. We dare ourselves to ask questions that might challenge the mind. What is man? What are things? What does it mean to trace to the origin? How do we define that which we call les faux? These are subject matters that have led us evolves into the field of fertile creativity. Should you, a wielder of that relic, enter the fold of our movement, it will layer your work with such an unrelenting spectrum of colors that it will be destined to leave an unforgettable impression in the annals of history. In other words, what we can offer you will be much greater than the work that you may have learned from a teacher like Callisto. Never considered him my teacher. Not a real one, anyway. Finding beauty among the carnage of blood and flesh is a lesson I learned on my own. And yes, I know enough about your movement. Maybe I considered some of the works created by your school acceptable, at least among the rings art, or not. I can't remember. Then will you... But I don't know. I don't know what makes your art more elevated than the one I pursue. The one you pursue? Didn't the site you claimed to have seen clue you in? Oh, it did. I do understand. Your art may appear no more than an unchecked chaos at a glance, but upon closer observation it reveals the fierce dominant force that threads the entire scene together with its keenness as a connecting suture. Your blade work too shows much multi-layerness. Mere keenness often entrails mundality, yet you have transcended such a limit by scorching the tail end of each slash. Truly, a unique aesthetic sense. I believe I've sufficiently understood the full extent of the artistic merit imbued in that scene. No, you didn't. Lesser painters like you are such mediocrities that they fail to recognize the beauty that lies in the grotesque. They do little beyond the painting and the hell reflected in their eyes and call that shallowness hell's beauty. The sorrow condensed into a cry in an instant, the wrath unbound from the yoke of reason, the fading gleam of a despair in the hewn. You give no thought to what each of those emotions signifies, instead obsessing over the cursory quantities of what is beheld. Let me teach you otherwise. Pay attention, because I won't afford you another long-winded lesson. Roshu readied her scabbard. Pointillists, Volvists, Supremacists, Blauretias, Cubists. I've visited my share of the Ring's galleries, heard their commentaries, but none of them were to my liking. Your art is overcomplicated pile of definitions buried under symbols, caked in patchworks of empty shells. And you and your art both talk too damn much. Just like Callisto's, kept trying to take from other movements, forcing meaning where there was none. Excess is easy. Anyone can do it. What's beyond most is making it succinct, an art, the art of abbreviation. Alas, if all won by one abbreviated away, nothing remains in its absence, making the void left behind completely bereft of meaning. No, The void is what remains. And it holds what it can't be found anywhere else. And it holds things that can't be found anywhere else. What is this? A minimalist manifesto? No, my aesthetics go beyond the pursuit of simplicity. I pursue the natural germination of artistic immaculity. Or immaculacy. Immaculacy. Immaculacy? Immaculacy. There we go. Blah. Words. A state of perfection wherein the further abbreviation is an impossibility. S-A-N-G-R-I-A. Sangria. A bit abstract, isn't it? Too removed? Too plain with a distinct lack of any meaningful, striking qualities? What exactly is it that elevates your art above that of fauvism? Painters. We're the stubborn sort that mere words can't convince. Indeed, there is no discipline more subjective than that of art. Discourse concerning its nature may extend for days on end, but will not change the fact that unseen arts are meaningless. Pretentious illusions that at the end of the day. Then I suppose I'll have to carve it right into your eyes. Please do, though. I'm afraid it may be overshadowed by the sheer vibrancy of my aesthetics. Oh, she got glowing blue eyes. Oh, she made a face. Yeah, no, smash. I, a docent of le fauvisme, shall personally welcome you to my critique session. Alright. Let's see.
제가를 처음 쥔 형 누나들이랑 비슷한 느낌이네요.
Splendid technology indeed. Transplant the power of the beast.
어디가 비슷하냐면
Let's
힘을
see.
얻은 분들
She is level
특유의 분위기가
66.
똑 닮았답니다.
Expression of primary colors, filament over painting. Ah, I see. Immediately before getting hit by if there's she redirects her stuff to her students. Intrinsic in the outward appearance of each animal is distinct purpose, and we, les fauves, are the ones who awaken and express the verity of those we call wild beasts among them. Randomly apply. Okay. Gain new pattern. Great. I think I will... I'll try... Alright, yeah, we'll try this. Oh, right. Oh yeah, that piano's pretty good.
아이씨, 짜증나게.
Dawn! Yeah, that piano. Single target redirects, measure fuck tongue and stat. Yeah.
모든 것에 견뎠어.
囚人の皆さんの状態に
Alright.
何か変化が。
Alright, now that I have everyone's thing up. Let's see.
초전해! 확살!
닭은 달려들어라.
아이씨,
저
짜증나게.
해충들을 도려내라.
Go, Heathcliff!
유여. 길을 열어라.
Oh, only 18.
もっと効果的な方法が。
무용하군요.
Oh. Okay. Go, Kira! Damn.
적이 술에 취한 한량처럼 허둥거리니 승기를 세운다면 지금이겠구나.
What the fuck is all that? Yeah.
자, 시비수에게 어느 쪽일지 잘 생각해보라고. 숨쉬는 자 누구 하나 살. 고작 이 정도 탕류의 허덕이나.
敵に対して大きな打撃を与えます。아이씨, 짜증나게.
Ow.
하나 넘고 둘 넘고 꺾고 제쳐라.
Dawn! Christ almighty.
유효하군.
한만 남았어도 이 정도쯤은 これが必要な戦いであれば
How many is that? Damn. Alright, we're gonna do that.
옆에 서지 마. 죽여버린다.
일기당천. 눈부시지 않다고 두려워하지 마라.
바이올렛 브레이크 슬램! 아이씨, 짜증나게. 敵が来ます。皆さん、戦闘の準備を。
틈을 끊어.
아이씨, 짜증나게.
친히 목을 떨궈주마. 고작 이 정도 탕류의 허덕이나. 마음 놓고 열어젖히고.
결조 염화. 펼쳐나 개만한다.
다들 첫 여정을 시작했을 때보다 정말 강해지셨네요. 매일 보아왔는데도
Alright, you blow up now.
지금은 감회가
그쪽
새로워요.
방향이 아닐 텐데.
Goodbye.
매우 효과적인 청소입니다. 워프 열차 연산 시스템은 해당 행동에 약 14%의 정리 기여도가
무상은
있음을
없음.
판단했습니다.
불끄듯 지원할 뿐.
특이성 감지 센서,
아.
청소타입 확인, 위험 인물이 다소 위축되었을 것으로 판단됩니다.
Yeah, fuck it. Or, you know. Or, yeah.
불가 위야. 막아내지 못하리.
흐릿한 등화, 곱게 접은 종이에 번졌으니 식구의 한획, 용이 되어 빈 벼루에 남았구나.
아이씨, 짜증나게.
Good job, Kira. Oh. You're worthy of privilege of beholding my prized needlework. Right!
저기 술에
70%.
취한 한량처럼 허둥거리니
Now
승기를
kicks up.
세운다면 지금이겠구나.
Gregor, where are you? I kind of need this now. Pretty sure. Kind of pretty sure I need that now. Alright, so what is attacking what? Okay, I'll leave that one.
옆에 서지 마. 죽여버린다.
Alright, let's go.
일기당천.
I don't think that mattered here.
아이씨, 짜증나게.
과연
이 검은, 이 명예는,
Really?
이 영광은
Really? Really? No damage.
빠르지 않을 테니.
That was pathetic.
무용하군.
자로요. 보면 아는 것을 상기시키는 연유가 무엇인가?
Alright, go Uma-song.
하나 넘고, 셋 넘고, 무수히 넘고, 얼마든지 꺾어 제쳐라.
Uma-song did more damage.
내 앞을
무상은
달리시오. 아시다면 능히 그리할 수 있어.
불끄득
Oh, she has fucking protection. Goodbye.
겹겹의 중문
しっかりしてください
뚫어보이겠어.
Let's see. Yeah. Clash win, clash lose.
발톱 세워.
It also doesn't help that she has just lost every single clash.
짜증나게.
주인께서 명하셨습니다. 당신을 청소하라고.
サンタさんの作戦とても効果的でした
그쪽 방향이 아닐 텐데.
바이올렛 브레이크 슬램
내가 수싸움에서 밀렸단 말인가?
That's one big
드넓은
attack.
회원의 인재만 수천이다. 계책의 방비 또한 그와 같을 터.
맞는 말을 어찌 그리 얄밉게 하는지.
너만 하겠나?
피로 다스리지.
How many Thunderers do I have left? I have 2 stacks of Thunderer.
시간 끌 것 없이 모조리 지워버리죠.
Oh, thank God, Honglu!
흐릿한 등화, 곱게 접은 종이에 번졌으니 식구의 한획, 용이 되어
Honglu did it!
도로에 남았구나.
But how many are gonna die here?
짜증나게
유혈적 폭력 사태 발생 중. 열차 내에 남아있는 정리 요원은 신속한 상황 종료를 위해 노력해 주십시오.
자, 어느 쪽일지 잘
And she
생각해보라고.
just blew up.
네, 그걸로
숨결 하나에 푸르른 창공 허물어지니 하나된 찬양이 만종을 울릴지어다.
Really? No coins? No heads?
아이씨, 짜증나게.
결조 염화. 헬천하 개만한다.
워프 열차 연산 시스템이 정리 방식의 선택이 적절했음을 판단했습니다. 훌륭합니다.
무상한 목숨. 불끄듯 지원할 뿐.
Yeah, he dies.
이날이
정조 불사자 너의 쓸모를
누군가의 죽음을 마주하며
진짜 죽는
제가
줄 알아.
느껴야 했던
아?
그럼에도 애써 묻어내지려 했던 감정. 아, 큰일이네요. 이제 여러분의 죽음이 너무도 가슴 아프게 다가와요.
규정에 따라 실행합니다.
말로 받아내라.
아이씨, 짜증나게.
저 해충들을 도려내. 하나 넘고 둘 넘고 꺾고 제쳐라. 오여 길을 열어라.
너 방금은 실수였던 거죠?
Yep.
무슨 술수를.
It also doesn't help that I forgot to equip Command Meltdown on my Faust.
뜻을 이루기까지 죽음이야. 한 번 더 나를
적군의
비껴라.
함정인가?
물려라. 내가
아니, 아직 수는 남았다.
적질났나?
Ah, someone here is about to,
단테님은 매번 기발한 발상을 떠올리시네요.
Are you... Fuck!
규정에 따라 실행합니다.
I'm Lem. I'm fucking dying. I'll have to redo this fight.
아이씨, 짜증나게.
I have to redo this fucking fight. Are you fucking kidding me?
至急対処お願いします。
내가 걸어야만 하는 길이겠지.
일리 있는 의견. 그걸로
하나 넘고 셋 넘고 무수히 넘고 얼마든지 꺾어 제쳐라.
Nah, there's no belief here.
자, 그대로.
아이씨, 짜증나게.
접질렀나? 내 걸음이 빨라. 일찍 도착했어.
바이올렛 브레이크 슬램!
이건
Oh my
부족하구나.
fucking god.
간이 보존 붕대로 감아두지.
규정에 따라 실행합니다. 수많은 것들이 옥죄어 온다.
ドクターのように優れた式ですね。
내가 너를 위해 기도할 것이니 넌 반드시 부서진다.
정리 중인 요원의 상태가 불리한 것을 감지했으나 상황의 통제 가능성이 여전히 높은 확률을 나타내고 있습니다. 연산 시스템의 오류가 아니라면 이 사태는 청소될 것입니다. 축하드립니다.
금방 다녀올게.
$47. Are you fucking kidding me? There ain't no chance.
이건 치명상이네요. 전투가 끝난 뒤 시계를 돌려주지
Wait, what?
않으면 치료가 어렵겠어요.
What? 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 What?
내 앞에 튀어나와. 더 죽일 게 안 남아서 홧김에 죽여버렸잖아.
She died to the burn that
너희들
that my Heathcliff left behind.
다 덤벼!
Oh my fucking god. That was beyond stressful. Who took the most damage besides Heathcliff to his fucking burn? Like, most of Heathcliff's damage that he took was his burn. Also, we are fixing that right away. All ego. Faust. Command meltdown. I didn't have any healing. For, like... I couldn't heal. I couldn't heal. Oh my god. That was cancer. That was fucking cancer. God. See? You're looking much better with those superfluous animal parts removed. You're serious about founding your own movement? I already answered that. But you'll need time, under the father's wing, at least until you fully cultivate your movements, perhaps. I don't suppose words have any meaning right now. The docent raises her giant arm as though to strike us in her final act of defiance, then slammed it down upon the door we entered through instead. All I can do is buy time for... Mid-sentence, the docent suddenly went limp like a marionette whose strings were cut. Dead. And here I thought at least her last words were going to be, succinct. Ah. Ah. Thus we made foes with yet another finger. The ring. Let's not doom and gloom already, fellas. We beat another officer of the fingers all our own for the first time, didn't we? I see this as a pretty definite win. All on your own, huh? Come on, bro. I was fighting my ass off out there. Yeah, Kira, you were goated. Thank you. Helgerega has a point. The outcome of this battle would not have changed it by a significant margin even if you had not been here, Kira. This is more like it. We won't have to freak out over a mere BB anymore, long as we're with Clock. Yeah. Kira for the GOAT. Kira. Ha! Don't start congratulating yourselves for achieving a bare minimum. Those who celebrate over so small of an occasion don't deserve to stand beside an executive man. Well, I guess this isn't impressive at all to the people who used to be much stronger, like Otis or Don Quixote. Prithee, speak not of such folly, for the joy of my compatriots is mine own. Have you any inkling as to why she might have, in her final moments, elected to demolish the door? Right? It's not like we've a shortage of doors in here. Are we really debating the logical process of someone who was 2 seconds away from dropping dead? Come on. Let's get out of here so we can bring everyone else up to date. Didn't I just leave this room? Ishmael walked through the door we'd entered through and appeared from behind us. Oh shit! Where'd the exit go? Don't tell me the exit changes every time someone walks through it. No, can't be that easy. I am barred from enjoying the fresh air of the world outside. No longer free to travel the mountains and the cliffs as my feet would carry me as the other members of the Pinky are. I wish to no avail that I would be allowed to weave through the delineations of the wings and back streets. Ha. So this is what she meant. The back door through which we traversed is the passage to the corridor, the one called the Index Nurse Father. Cross the broken door as we might, however, it avails us but a brief jaunt to the Pinky Nurse Father's azure corridor before it returns us to this room. Room's now locked in a loop without a starting point. Won't matter what door we open. Is there anything we can do? Our rescue team will arrive in time. As this location adheres to the regular flow of time, unlike the warp trains, it will be approximately between a week or two from the present before we can return. That's pretty long. Well, the first problem we're going to have to deal with is food. As far as I'm aware, we should be good to go for at least 3 days, thanks to Rocha. So let's... I didn't bring any snacks. It's not like we were about to walk into one of the L-Corp branches or a dungeon, so... yeah, makes sense. Looks like we're gonna have to give this room a thorough search then. No need. If there's no exit, we cut open our own. What about the part where it cuts into your memories too? Deal with that yet? No, the sword it still cleaves my memories with every slash. Don't know what memory will slice away this time, but it'll be something recent, or one I hold dear. Oi! Wait, don't be so bloody rash about it. Other than me, no one but Heathcliff still remembers the person he holds in the loving depths of his heart. Ever since the day in the Sepia Tempest, memory took on a special precious meaning to Heathcliff. Heathcliff suddenly reached out and grabbed Ryoshu's arm. Though Ryoshu and Heathcliff's circumstances were undoubtedly different from each other, it was clear that Ryoshu's reckless attitude towards sacrificing her own memories triggered a sort of anxiety in Heathcliff. What? Didn't you hear? Them nerds will be here in a week or two to get us out. Why don't we just keep that sword nicely in that scabbard and wait it out? The radio doesn't work. What if we went up to the rooftop and entered one of those doors up there? There are thousands of them. Out of the question. By doing so, we will be putting ourselves at greater risk. That of casting ourselves into endless maze that is the corridor. Okay, but we're dead meat if that brick wall of a maestro wanders right into this room. That wolf lady's last words, man, I'm seeing the flags. It's a hella risky move, yeah, but I think Yoshihide and her OP sword is our best bet. Right, but what if we get lucky and they find us in a day or two? Quit freaking out, HC. It will only be forgotten, not lost. Well, good memories don't tend to last very long. It's been a fun excursion, Clock. I look towards the scabbard, expecting it to rattle violently as it did earlier, but it remains still. The white blade soon reveals itself and cuts across the wall where the door used to be. And naturally, as the Araishiki blade cleaves through the wall, so does Ryoshu's memories. Aw, we were really getting somewhere. And thin strands of Arai's image, which had just begun to coalesce, slowly unraveled and fell apart once again. Even still, Arai released the blade without hesitation. But it's okay, we'll try again, so... Conveying no resentment, no hatred, but a few words of consolation. Yeah, don't feel too bad. As her voice faded into gentle dark with Ryoshi's memories. She was almost able to remember Araya. Almost! She was so close! Next destination. She was so close to fully remembering Araya. Ha! Welcome back. Question. What exactly is the point of verifying every back door within the House of Spiders? Oh, Hohenheim didn't fill you in? Any information regarding these doors holds enormous value for us, not to mention the higher-ups requesting us to reorganize the House of Spiders into a base of operations as soon as possible, even if we had to rush our work a little. Only speculating here, but I'm quite convinced that they're preparing for a conflict of sorts. These little pockets of absolute safety are extremely valuable during these operations, as you already know. Wait, stop, right there. What? What conflict? What operation? What are you talking? What are you saying, that your bosses are preparing for a war or something? I just feel like there isn't enough alarm in his voice, considering what he's saying. Preparing for what? Not even trying to hide anymore, huh? Did I say something wrong? Must you ask to know? Ah, I thought everyone already knew. I mean, it's an open secret at this point. L Corp has already fallen. W Corp is teetering on the brink of collapse. You call us the aspirant W Corp. We call Limbus Company the aspirant L Corp, meaning we have shared goal. But unlike the dead and long gone L Corp, the current W Corp still kicking, despite its rapid decline in recent years. As we all know, companies in the city aren't worth much unless they've got the military force to back them, right? It's only natural that a business conflict would lead to a physical one as well. This is just a mere team leader thinking, though. Who knows what the higher-ups in our companies are thinking. Either way, much more fruitful collaboration was had today. This will reflect pretty well in our performance metrics, and we didn't even suffer that many losses. I can safely say that you should expect a positive review from us regarding this collaboration. After saying our farewells to Alan, we returned to the forward base and shared with Hohenheim everything that's happened so far. Hohenheim and Faust both did not seem willing to discuss the subject of the looming conflict. So we instead decided to have Ryoshu's memory and sword re-examined. Oi, Hohenheim, results out yet? Not yet, assistant. I clearly remember telling you 3 minutes ago that it would take about 20 more minutes. Have you forgotten already? He talks too much. Ryoshu sounded irritated as she scolded Heathcliff, but I could sense a definite undercurrent of anxiety from the way she kept puffing her cigarettes to a stub at increasingly shorter intervals. This room might be more smoke than oxygen at this point. Mind slowing down a tad. You're practically fumigating the room with cigarette smoke. Then speed up, glasses. Gotta bounce as soon as I hear the results. Gonna bounce as soon as I hear the results. Both of you need to learn to respect that things take time. Yes, time. is indeed relative, but the fact that I've managed to complete an in-depth analysis of an item of such mystery in a single day is an incredibly fast turnaround and therefore deserves your appreciation. I've been attempting to rein in a more self-indulgent part of myself as of late, but I believe this achievement deserves to be elaborated upon. It is an evident truth that such a result could not have been replicable had it not been for my genius brain. Go out into the hallways and grab any passing researcher and tell them about my incredible turnaround time, and you will hear them say, "Whoa! Done already?" And to that, I will answer, STFU. Evidently tired of the two singers' alternating turns hounding him for results, Hohenheim seemed to speed up the analysis and managed to hit the finish line much earlier than 20 minutes. Whoa, done already? Yes, there are times when test results are extracted earlier than a predicted time frame. Many of those instances are easily attributable to my genius at work. Then why aren't you saying anything? Give me the TR now. You did tell me to shut the fuck up, so I am attempting to observe the exact metrics of doing precisely that. Wow, he's rage baiting her. Ha! You think Yoshihide would ever... whoops. You think Yoshihide would ever use the known acronym straight? What if it's something like, sheesh, that's a full day unwind after work though? And your verdict on her interpretation? That is exactly what I meant. She's better than the MTL in some ways. How she lies, that she breathes. At the moment, I might have caught a glimpse of Scabbard rattling silently atop the examination table, almost as though it were giggling. Very well, then I'll get right into it. First, the memory of the time she was complimented for her cooking has been erased. Huh? That's it? Hardly. Second, a name has been erased from her memory. Do you recall the name of a man who works with manager Saud? Oh. Effie? I would have asked in the past tense, had it been him whom I was referring to. Glad Miss Saud wasn't here for that. That kid, right. I don't remember his name. Oh, Pilot! She forgot Pilot's name. That she did. Among other miscellaneously deleted memories are around 172 hours of Don Quixote's tales and adventures and the types of food she fed to a seagull. Fie! Upon it, dost thou say that the memories most precious to young Ryosho and me have been thrown into utter destruction? Look, Donkey, I'm not trying to be mean here, but that seems pretty acceptable, doesn't it, for the price of unsheathing a sword like that? If we're going by sheer volume, I wouldn't say, I wouldn't quite say its mileage is acceptable. It erased several days worth of memories for just a single swing, didn't it? I mean, yeah, but they kind of sound like inconsequential memories, don't they? Greg and Heath forget stuff all the time. How's that any different? The seemingly inconsequential nature of these particular memories weren't achieved by sheer luck. In fact, it seems to have been impacted by the scabbard of Arai Shiki, or to be more precise, the power of Arai's ego. That's so. Ryoshi looked down at the scabbard with an uncertain hollow look in her eyes. All that remains of Arai in Ryoshi's recollection is a blank space where the fragments of her existence cease to be, severed and removed again. While it takes a rather significant amount of time, the scabbard seems to be, yes, capable of selecting which of the Ryoshi's memories are to be erased as a cost of using Arai Shiki. Sounds like I should be grateful then. But Reishu regards the scabbard with a conflicted look, as though to approximate the outlines of the void she left behind. Oh, so it's got like a cooldown timer? She can use it whenever, so as long as she gives it time to select the trivial memories? I wouldn't be so quick to dismiss them as trivial. The memory of the time when you were complimented for your cooking was quite a precious memory, wasn't it? You performed an inverse calculation of the relic's cost. Yes, according to yes, according to our measurements, so the sword seems to factor in the weight of each memory when calculating the cost of wielding it. It's become rather clear that it takes more than light memories to properly wield it. So, have our memories been restored? As presumed, attempts to recall the erased being's existence have resulted in failure. That is quite discouraging. But not all is lost. Simply by knowing that something used to be in the negative space, many things can still be reminisced upon. Like Roshu said, forgotten but not lost. Clock. You've just stepped a foot into the world of Sangria. She flashes the faintest of smiles and scatters away with the plume of cigarette smoke. Collecting the GB will restore it. Golden Bow? What used to be here, in the pockets of the void of my heart, my one and only. Ryoshu's gaze traced the invisible, the imperceivable. A few more days passed us by. We didn't spend those days idling. We visited out and piloted in recovery. Did a few jobs here and there, like helping suppress a distortion containment breach caused by a new LCE hire. With all those loose threads tied up, we managed to finally, after so long... We're on the bus! Finally! We are on the bus! It's been so long. Kind of feels like we're home again. Return to the bus. Ha, sweet! Sweet bus. The chair could use a little more cushioning, but there isn't anything like it out there. Damn! This is your ride? Hell badass. Faust smiled. Faust smirked. Heh. Between the two individuals who were looking rather pleased at Kira's astonishment, Hohenheim squeezed through to warn us about some things to watch out for. As team leader Alan to set a coordinate somewhere as close as possible to the nest. Keep driving through the door and it will bring you right to an empty spot on the highway. Don't hesitate to hit the brakes, because if by chance there's a car driving behind you, it will crash into the bus. Nods. So what you two are doing here on the bus? Decided to join the better team, did ya? I must admit to a certain degree of interest in hearing of your exploits, but to accompany you through them is an entirely different matter, isn't it? I'm only here to adjust your coordinates. Speaking of which, just how did you manage to escape your confinement? I told them I had some stuff to help you with, and they let me out after making me scribble over some docs. Solitary confinement's hella boring, so I thought I might get some air. Might as well say goodbye too while I'm out and about, right? Aw, she likes us! I see. You exploited the fact that new hires don't have any grudges against you. I thought I told them to impress upon the new hires that prisoners are to be treated as exceptions to that. Right. The person in charge of that training is currently checked into long-term recovery ward. More problems stemming from the shortage of manpower. I'd best include this in the report. Sounds like they're both here to see us go. Well then. Time for valediction, I suppose. Perhaps I've grown far too used to seeing your faces. Saying goodbye doesn't come out as easily as I expected it to. Another day of reunion must await in the future. I would appreciate if such a reunion had a low probability of occurring. While I'm not very partial to mathematical statistics like the probability theory, I hope your prediction is dead right. Well then. Hey, Yoshihide. What? I wouldn't say we're family exactly, but listen, there's a lot of stuff I want to say to you and a lot of stuff I want to hear from you, okay? So, SYL. Did I do that right? Poof. Acronymization it into L. And call me Roshu, not Yoshihide. Prefer the echoes of that name. Aww. After a few After a round of goodbyes, the two disembarked on the bus, and no sooner had the machinery clicked into place than the bus's wheels finally began to turn, bringing us closer and closer to a blindingly radiant portal massive enough to engulf the entire bus whole. Well, off to our next destination, I guess. Oh, right. Where are we headed next? Dante inquires about the next destination, Virgilius. Ha! Now that's more like it. Been too bloody long since I heard of that question. Yeah, don't get too excited. When has the answer to that question ever led us anywhere that's not downright bizarre? Virgilius gave me a faint, knowing smile as though to confirm Ishmael's pessimistic remark, then delivered a comment that sounded too lighthearted for its gravity. Downright bizarre, is it? Well, let me just say it's high time we face such an sight. Our next destination is District 14. In other words, Manager Dante, we're now en route to N-Corp. So we are going there after all. N-Corp. Plenty of faces I'd rather not see. As the rest of the sinners voiced their various gripes and discontent with N-Corp. Morceau, who probably had the most amount of history with the wing, simply flipped open his newspaper like usual and began reading it with the same unchanging expression. As though for him, none of this changed anything. Now departing. Vroom vroom. With that, the bus resumed its journey to yet another tale. Oh, and that was that. That took a while. I'm 40 short? Oh. Well. That was fun. Oh, right. Past missions. Alright, let's see. Where shall I send us? Oh. Oh. Thank you for the follow, Pinecorn7. Let's see. Yeah, let's see this person. Alright. Off we go, and thank you for joining me on the stream. And I will see you guys in voice chat. Bye-bye.
Fight Gregor. Is this the new Intervallo? Yes, we're doing it.
파우스트가 나설 만한 곳이어야 할 겁니다.
We're going through the house. Hello, Arctic Sirius. Welcome, welcome. And yes, we're doing the most recent Intervallo, the new one. This place. It's just boarding all office. I was kinda ready to be shook, thinking we were about to walk into a war. Arctic raid. Oh, hello. I just finished it myself. Oh, thank you so much for the raid. And thank you for coming. Yes, this is...
This hotel's great.
Yeah. And only 310 a night. What? I got it for 200. You didn't check Trivago?
You gotta check Trivago.
On Trivago.